You have, you free. We'll get some more.
Ready, go ahead. I'm waiting for Keith.
Gary.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are.
You wanna do roll call first and all that stuff?
Yeah, we need to call the order.
Are you ready?
Yep,
All right, let's call this meeting to formal order, right? And we can start with roll call. Maybe we should do the board first and all of the visitors.
yep.
All right,
If we just want to go around with, Joe going first, saying your first and last name for the record.
For the record. Where's the speaker?
It's everywhere.
For the record. I'm Joe Crenshaw,
Great.
and that's it.
Yep.
Good.
Irene Conev.
Jane Reed.
Wade Hathorn,
Brian Ingersoll.
and then, oh, we have one,
Rob Wheeler.
then all of our guests.
Yep, I'm Katie Riggs.
Mary Spilding. Casey Layton.
Tim Cook. Welcome. Thanks everyone for being here. We're going to kick off with just about a 5-minute just reflection to sort of center us here today. And there's really 2 questions for you to consider, and these aren't going to be shared out. So they're just for you. First one is, why did you decide to join the board? Second one is, what keeps you motivated as a board member?
I might have to help you.
Think about this here for a few minutes and then we'll do our exercise.
It's all in there.
Anybody start?
Oh, no, you're writing, sorry.
You're just-
Oh, that's good.
You're
In,
just-
like the journal that I got you, or, wherever you wanna write it down, I guess, essentially.
Why did?
And this is just for you, this is, not gonna be read out, this is your internal, just
Why did you?
to
put
remind
board
you
in the
of why you're here.
As a board member, what did you?
You will not be sharing this, sorry, just so we're clear.
Like Jeopardy.
All right, thanks all. Last year, if you remember, I think we're all here for this last year. We did individual collages as a little bit of a team building exercise to get you kind of primed and thinking about the college and the board and your roles here and everything. This year, we're going to do something similar. We're going to do a collage again, but we're going to do a collective collage together. And so there's a number of magazines, quotes, pictures, markers and everything up in the front that you can grab. We've got an hour to do this, so we've got plenty of time. But the prompt is, if someone were to look at this collage a year from now, what would they see that tells them this board in college had an exceptional year? So it's really thinking about visually, what do we want to put up on this collage? And then we'll actually hang it in our conference room back at the college, or your boardroom conference room back at the college. And a year from now, what will that tell us about the year that we're going to have? Does that make sense?
And that's
the
size of the collage.
Yeah. And so do we want to lay that flat somewhere? Or is it?
Well, it's up to you guys, if you think it'd be easier flat, or if you think it'd be easier to just go and paste stuff up there.
That'd be easy, I think.
Okay.
Paste it up there,
Okay.
okay. And then, yeah, there's scissors, there's glue sticks, there's quotes, there's pictures, there's just words, and you can use markers and you can just write stuff on there if you just wanna write stuff that you can't find in pictures or. But yeah,
Financial magazines this year?
there's all kinds of magazines, there's all kinds, and there's all kinds of pictures, but you have to work as a
Waiting
team.
for you to share those.
I should bring my own.
So we have about an hour to do that. So feel free to go up and grab some magazines and start cutting and gluing and all of those things.
We have to do it together though, right?
How
Yeah.
do we do it together?
How do you do it
You
together?
guys,
Oh, okay.
how do you do it together? That's a good question. How do you work together?
Need your loud.
You can move to other areas. You can push the tables together if you want. You can do it however you want.
Sit on the board.
Yep, you can.
Yeah.
Do we want to try to construct some themes first and then go find them, or do you want to just start sorting? You want to get organized? Or just let you animals roam? You want to just roam? I don't want to. Can I?
Yeah.
How do you want to do it?
This is one of those really difficult challenges.
See, that's
for
part of the
sport.
deal.
Yeah.
They
It's
just,
challenging you.
yeah.
I think I'd like to go through the images and see what inspired me.
A year from now, if someone looked at this, what would they see that tells them the board in college had an exceptional year?
I'm trying to wake you up. What?
Katie needs to stop moving the whiteboard over.
Warm up. Second cup of coffee. It's-
Yeah, what kind of year do they have?
This coming year, yeah.
This year, this past year.
Looking forward, so what year are we imagining?
Oh. I wonder what I wrote. What year are we back in years?
I used to keep them, but then I realized I see many of them in the closet.
What year are you?
I wonder what.
Yeah.
5 years ago. It was 5 years ago.
You want,
And then,
it does, we can make up our own.
yes,
Well, there's a understand. And if
Did
they
you go to
don't,
the
yeah,
thing
you
last
make
night?
your own. or-
No, I had a week,
Yeah,
so much going on, but I was bummed that some of my friends over there.
yeah,
They're doing the
David and I-
orientation today.
you're doing what today?
The orientation for, so Meta should be at the new
I
orientation.
think it was yesterday.
What was it yesterday?
It
Oh,
was yesterday, and then they do the,
oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I got it backwards, yeah.
we are still live.
There was a word that
It's,
Yeah,
yes.
so I did,
I mean, this is fine,
Yeah.
but just in case.
yes,
What else?
And I
what was
did
more
the-
marketable
yeah, I
and
wonder-
what people find about
but
this?
I couldn't go because it was his birthday. It talked to me over it. But it was, I don't remember it, it was great. I wonder what I was broke.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
There were no fights.
Yeah, I'm curious. What year were you there?
Yeah.
Probably 2021. And we got to 21,
So
22.
it's COVID time. Yep. I think the main officers.
Just-
Oh, the only time we got to get there was that.
He also reminded me being.
Yeah. How did folks, I'm curious, how did they all respond to my session that I did?
Yeah.
When they like this, okay, well,
Yes.
I wondered how they, I'm slightly unconventional, but I thought,
Oh, it's great, right.
I could change some things if you need something, sure. Revise it a bit based on their.
Explain the explore piece.
You're just worried.
We did.
Here. I don't know him either, but the person that was in a well from there. Connected them to me, and so getting them connected into like the artwork.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
We're not done, but.
We have. Yeah. I think what's interesting about all of us, right? We're very different people. I mean, you look at us, right? We couldn't get a more diverse group of people I know. Very different backgrounds, very different people. We all seem to understand what the purpose of the mission is and why we're here. Right? Yeah, it's really cool. It just seems to go year after year, but for me, that's one of the strengths is just continues to play.
One of them, or we get a different pen or something.
Oh, I got one now, sorry, I just didn't realize that
Man, agree with you. I might even want to go
there
there.
might be a different one.
But one is really, we seem to really respect each other's opinions and listen to each other. And I think that makes us really strong. That's-
No, that's because we were.
We were like almost together
Right.
until.
It is.
It was a time, and I remember feeling completely.
Well, you can ask them later.
Right.
Many people, many over.
And these other few columns, especially when we're getting in narrower terms. It's easy when it's easy, and it's not so easy when it's hard. And these strengths that we have. Easier. For sure. So it's that road ahead. We started a path this year. There's some challenges for us, and I think that we're pretty good on navigating.
And we're gonna have, we know.
Yeah, it's on the side.
Yeah.
Goes to the one side of the roadway. Oh, yeah.
What are those in Cuba?
Well, they are saying that, they could stay here. I don't know what it's puts.
I've seen the same something.
They know.
Is great. So it helps. Show them what we're from them.
Just do the gap here.
Yeah.
Just graduate.
We learn like that.
You do everything they do.
Little things, so.
Yeah.
There's horses that do these other thing like animals.
We're still dealing with bond, but it's just, she's celebrating. And then, we're still.
Two grades. She said, that's not even serious.
This is what we were just talking about.
I mean, those ramps.
When we get to, so.
Because
so,
you-
by hands and
you
forth,
have
coming together,
all
as a
the
team,
dreams.
staying together.
And we, every single thing, you know, like we vegetable farm.
Yes, yes.
Work it out every day.
I was going to hear every Sunday, but it's plenty of runs on.
Yeah. This is a powerful one. What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies.
We are, especially here in Sunday school, that's when we start your time.
And this one, we do this all the time, you never doubt that someone's with you.
Oh, no, this is-
Yeah. Well, we said in COVID, right, well, before we knew, we didn't need to wash all our groceries.
Yeah, I put them down.
Yeah.
Standing like CCC.
Yeah, I just really want to. New seasons. Because things stuff they look pretty good. And. This is
Just overall, looking like we're.
a woman. Every single rat, and you're like, yeah, and the right was Crohn's disease. So she's, you know,
We feel strong enough about, at least maybe about, no, raise the time up this one.
like,
This is the one about.
you know.
That's going up there.
It's ideal.
Said, sure, you're saying,
About the, all of the little homes,
serious.
what lies behind us, what lies before us. Anywhere.
So that nobody can touch it.
And people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this one, that's. Focus on.
Yeah.
And when your hands get
Yeah.
cramped, your eyes try to work.
Yeah.
System.
Right.
For some reason that particularly for me is really about this computer.
It's.
We're gonna be doing a lot of work in the car.
You know, from kind of last minute, really.
Like that, so we're starting to go through, so I can put them. Around that, you know, we started cleaning up. So we're just the trees and stuff.
Yeah.
This is kind of the way it's going on, both the spend and that one. Yes, I don't know, really, he's just so long, since the guy wants some like.
Right in the middle of it. And then,
It's
like,
Well, stop. Oh, I. Here's the thing.
Education is most good.
They look like the only pick them from like underneath, like,
cause they're the pressure one.
what was the name of this treasure? But they're underneath, like, they're not the ones that are just, you know, 'cause
Yeah,
they
they
don't bring a bin,
Yeah.
they have a layer underneath.
Right.
This is an interesting one.
Like,
It's first a strategic vision. What are we doing some strategic vision?
yeah, I dropped it.
And now, well, I think we're looking back to this year.
Oh, we're looking.
You're looking
Back or forward?
You're looking, well, you're looking forward to this year.
Oh, to this year.
Yeah, to this upcoming year. So like in a year, yeah, what would people think when they saw this?
What about trying to like say like my cousin, we don't need that, like my cousin. Things pretty big. You collages.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We just don't have the letters.
So it's somewhat aspirational, somewhat trying to manifest what we'll do.
No, right. I'm good.
Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity.
Busy, otherwise, nothing new there.
Yeah.
See, there's already was flattering. Because I knew you had land.
Yeah, I do. They die.
Water
They
because
die. They die. I am collecting faux flowers. I'm gonna plant my faux flowers. My husband thinks I'm crazy.
This is.
Is it very something like faux, like fake flowers? Yeah, I have like a couple
Like
planters,
some
but I
possibility
can't
you
use
see
anything
more
live in it and
like-
because we're always gone. And so I don't have someone come water because I think that's ridiculous. So I am gonna plant some fake flowers in there during the summertime and then just take them out during the winter time.
One word, they would fit collaboration.
because I'm just fine, like,
Working
I got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hide to your yard, yeah.
Yeah. Or you could do them all. Okay.
Was that like my
Right.
Yes.
I don't.
And this one, I know it just resonates with me.
I think when I get older, I retire, I'll do a couple nights. Till then, I will not. And even then, we won't because we'll follow and travel or something like no. But at least I'll have time to water.
Yeah.
I choose not to use my time
Yeah.
that way.
I mean, it does, it.
Yes.
Frequent.
Neither do I.
It's already-
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't know, like, we have a very organic yard and this is the how it come together, yeah. I don't know how to take care of it.
What else?
It's really, and I think that will be for. I got stuff, yeah, back there.
I have a lot of things that grow on their own, thank goodness, they're buddies, like, I have a lot of roses, because they don't need to be, watered, they grow on their own. I have some hostas, but they usually like, they start out really well and then they die about the year because I don't take care of them.
Yeah.
I have like a couple of, the, Japanese maple trees and, calla lilies. I have some blueberry bushes, but they don't know very well, they don't water them. I have, a couple of azaleas and a couple of, rhododendrons. I actually have like.
Well, I think that's all.
Yard.
That's right, that's right, I meant, it didn't sound the big.
And then I have a peach tree that I'm.
They're
gonna
looking at
plant.
it.
Yeah, but it did have no peaches on it this year because something, I think. The roots. So it's like dying, and I was like, what's going on? Like, I don't.
I kind of see it,
understand.
I mean, we're not,
And then,
I kind of see
So big
it in a way,
on the other tree.
you're kind of going out into the wilderness.
Like,
And it may be a
it's
trail.
7 years, but it's.
You gotta use each other,
Small.
might need a compass.
It's not, yeah.
Probably some
I have a
good
pear tree
boots.
too, but the pear tree.
Because I mean, you're going to encounter things. And you have to
15.
make sure you're prepared along the way, but also this idea that like, there might be this interesting trail that leads to a waterfall, or look at this.
Everything we have.
Took that risk, worked
Our
together.
neighbors have-
So I feel like that,
Over.
I was sort of thinking about a year from now, we were looking back.
A
what
pear
we
tree
did
gets
this year, that's
grown.
when we
Oh,
really-
it's
like,
it's just-
We know we have a journey, that journey ahead, it's not gonna be we're doing what you did. Walk through the park. It's gonna be a little, like a little.
This is, I saw this when I saw this.
Yeah, wildly,
Wow.
yeah.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I think I've never, but I really, I go, what's gonna be publicly displayed? I really will, but like.
We're thinking about putting, if you want, we're thinking about putting up into your board conference room.
Maybe we can talk about how. we got
If you don't want that, we don't have to, but we thought it'd be nice just to
In the room 112.
look at it.
Yeah, not the official board.
Not the,
room.
not the big room, but the conference.
No,
room.
no. Oh, conference room. Yeah, the conference room.
I don't much of that, yeah.
Final study.
So we set these aside.
Yeah, one thing if we could start, or maybe taking the ones we like and putting those there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
My eyes are getting lost.
In all of it.
Yeah, so maybe we could, I could start
Start packing them up.
And then start kind of see the stuff we like and.
You wanna kind of play some force that,
Huh?
you wanna play out that some force thing?
I mean,
I like it.
Renewable loans too, right? Okay.
yeah, I was gonna just do
Yeah,
kind of like a little.
okay.
Yep.
It's a collective art project.
I'm trying to start finding pictures.
Look at our new leaders working together.
I wanted to do that. You're not very good, correctly.
Maybe the Uline catalog was really hard.
Yeah, that's it. Hmm?
Or looking for like a travel in the core. You like that one? Headed down a trail?
Around this for innovation.
You should at least.
Here's one, birds of a feather. These are.
We're gonna shoot them off the interiors, but not pushing.
Did we rule out the Nelson Mandela Club?
About it, you're doing it?
Yeah.
That's over here, or not? I don't think we have ruled it out. It's certainly here what we're doing.
Where was the courage and explore? Where do you go from?
I think they like the order. Courage, the words.
Yeah, because, but I read have those ones, right?
We are. Well, we need to explore. There they go.
See if we find one.
That'd be very.
Oh, Tim might like that one. I don't know.
What we give out from the death that who is fair, someone we're not the purpose of problem. The home problems and we are the home needs that dignity. So it doesn't jump. Well, here's a very.
Not for me, fine.
That's a budget year.
That's what it looked like.
They got, it's the West Coast have jellyfish,
I think so.
not like East, not like the Mid-Atlantic states.
Yeah.
There was an issue there.
I like the idea of finding from village.
Average.
That was really a. You guys?
I'll cut it and we'll put it up there. You put it in.
Yeah. That'd be fun. Right there.
I like that one because it's like nice and cold, but really. Going forward.
That same thing I'm saying, right? There's really some photos out of it. Long roadways to go out.
Yeah, you can't see you can't see where the you can't see the destination. You can't go. You can't see. There's a little bit of, trust, maybe, trust the process, trust the people. Trust the roles and responsibilities.
There's a means to show graduation class. certain assignments.
You want something like. And this is interesting. Too, you know, these. Yeah. And. Yeah, just like, I'll buy, yeah. I played up that. Major problem created, who was teaching the Western German University, right? That's.
Do we not agree with the groundbreaking image?
Oh, yeah. Well, that is good.
We have a lot going on. This is kind of more tasks. It's like a start.
Yeah.
What shows success? Hear from.
Yeah. Look, this one.
This is just happening.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
That's the other. Seven. 15. So, and what is it now?
I have no idea, but I don't think it's gonna get it now. Probably sticking down 0 on the.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know rich. So. Rich. So what is it? Oh, that's an embarrassing.
Oh, yeah. It's good that they're ones that, you know, you know, the things to that, you know, we try to. You can go to the.
We've got about 20 more minutes.
What's just like this path out there?
Now there's a glass structure here.
Yeah.
That wasn't there, that's my office. Glass structure. It's not in there. He added a second floor. New office fire.
We were standing outside your office.
Were you?
We were not a room.
See, that's when I met him. We was on Saturday. He was in the office, but he was doing drywall. Finishing. From the drywall.
I don't, we're looking at, like, pictures that might see out of the. Don't we know the definition kind of thing, you know?
That's a good one, that's a fast paced one too.
Yes.
This is a dark.
That's right.
There's something showing you. There's a dark. Ooh, that's. Where's that? Is that like any possible? Yes, yes. Yeah.
Do we want to start organizing stuff on this? We're kind of doing short on time.
Trying to find something in graduation, yeah, I guess we could draw one on.
I know, right? I was thinking about that. Yeah.
This should be central. I thought we would have this some. What if we did something like that? I think about something like this.
Sitting on the. Yes. Students to. To what, to what? Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's gonna be 5 minutes late. City.
Oh, yeah.
As I'm leaving the driveway, I double check the location. Quite grateful he was here for my sake.
I've done that so many times.
I'm on the wrong campus. Easy.
There's another bridge.
I think this is a better room for that. For this.
Yeah.
That's not as pretty, I don't know.
And it's probably less in demand. They use it on the weekend.
No, but this is especially the weekend. Although we're advertising all of our sessions.
I love it. And then some more to
Yeah, so I mean, they'll give you some big things, but we think it should generate some funds with Wilsonville here. So,
That's good. Stop by the.
Yeah.
It's last Saturday. Went to the farmer's market.
oh, yeah.
Popped in. Right, do we want to hop and take farmer's market?
One more minute.
Yeah, so, you know, I used to.
That was the only thing on the motorcycle thing, the motorcycle still.
Saturday it's there, I used to say, oh, it's just dead, but we can, you know, come on Saturdays and Sundays, some stuff, maybe, so there'll be, there's stuff at the end. CRP, like, musical, motorcycle. The Orchard Society, sometimes the DLC will have an event.
And occasionally, it's flying or things.
All the construction. I'd love to see more activity here in Wilsonville.
You want post walls or just grass?
Yeah, I don't know if this gets used a lot.
Oh, never mind, that's not.
Big meeting, stuff like that.
Do we, I mean,
Well, we charge, I mean, if it's a non-profit, I have on the website, it's a non-profit It's a pretty minimal chart.
So maybe we'll put those in the corner.
It's a 4-page chart.
Find something in another place.
Yeah, we're.
Another bridge,
Chart for like.
but we're gonna put it, you want a smaller bridge?
More sponsors.
There's a bridge here too. Yeah, so one bridge is
that
down on the same.
I think this one. There's one, there's the one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it, you want this one, it's a
Well,
medium,
you know,
small.
here, if you wanted a big one, or, you know, any of our, a lot of people, it's like even down the hall, it's a. So.
What are rules now?
Potentially, I mean, obviously, there's some spaces, like labs and things like that, that we, yeah, but, just really, it's a lot of, different, you know, different science. Yeah, for sure. You know, it's on our website. The chambers is very west, is more interesting early on and here.
Okay, which one do you like?
We have a whole, yeah, on the website. Space.
You're the bridge designer and architect. I'll build it, I'll put it up here, you design it.
Design, yes.
You design, which one do you, what's the?
Be like the best form of that.
Well, you get people.
Just- so like here?
You know?
Yeah. Before, or just like a top of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that farmer's market is there.
Yeah.
Just, three people
How long has it been? Where were they before? No?
They were on the, Pine County Legislators campus.
Yeah.
Up by the. Courthouses. They were.
Big open space.
It's not parking. Oh, really? No parking lots. It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't, it was really fun and parking and stuff like that.
I would say.
About this, they said, I got so many families.
Who's stepping first?
And organized.
Good job. Oh, good job.
You can all go. Come play with us. We're getting ready to put this thing together. All right, so we've got like 10 minutes left. Tim, we have like 10 minutes left.
You've got about 10 minutes left.
What? Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if we can organize.
Do you know what these are? What kind of things go to Mongolia?
Katie Baroth.
Katie, can I take this nature conservancy? I have a friend going to Mongolia. Yeah, gonna be riding horses. Learning about birds.
Yeah.
Does it need to be that many words on it? I gotta get this for you. Yeah, just this first section.
Needs to be.
You just talk about.
And it's not her size, chair.
Should we rate your operation on white? Or you mean on what?
Oh, no, we should write it out again. We should write it.
Somebody want to do that? Not mine. Not,
It's right on.
I bet, what's Jane probably?
Oh,
English major.
is that
do
good?
we still?
No, it's not.
Last
Not
Not your head.
I had to write it. I can. Want to. Or is somebody else good?
No.
Okay,
It looks a red or blue, so put the colors in colors.
okay.
Need to get a calligrapher report.
Just to do Maybe just a budget.
Oh.
Okay, so this one got replaced. These two, are we want these to hire? So do we have anything else on that? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
So. So. Oh, yeah, I mean, she's still going.
Oh, is this ours?
Sunny.
So, is this one?
Same sheet of the first time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that one, oh.
But it's that, essentially, the same thing. It's just. Basically, only in 10 minutes. We actually. Ended up in the house. It's supposed to be something. And so it's a little. So, we went on. We like where to see and we didn't like that. Yeah, and the lights basically. When you started this. So we just.
What do you see?
Oh, just infinite possibilities and you. Like, what's around some, I know, this kind of thing.
I think the one thing I like about that is, well, I've been watching the Hard Knocks. And Sam Arnold, the quarterback, and talking about, he has so many revolutions per spin, so he can throw the football so it stays really tight. And what that makes me think of is to take that picture of your camera. Very safe. Like, so if somebody's played it forward, it has to be very safe. Very, working in sync. Or you're not gonna get that nice, tight spiral of stuff.
And we have to see right in front of us, we have to see the MC right now, and then you can see you.
We can probably have that here.
Collaboration. Don't know what that shape means, but.
Yeah.
And this could be cut that way.
Yeah, we can try.
Let's see.
I'm so inspired by those.
It's the way it is from people.
Okay,
So,
well, I guess I could tape it up there. I was gonna move it over.
about like that.
And maybe, yeah, I think that'd be easier just to put it on there and then we can get it out of the way.
Okay, yeah.
Five minute warning.
Okay.
This would be like, put on something with work, say, a while ago, like, what you're supposed to do on collage, maybe.
Yeah.
Policy or whatever, just the requirements of being on board.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Precisely what is happening. Yes, because this is the person who votes.
Yes.
Yes.
And you read just buy it, cheating your shoes now. So it's like, no, you're not. Yeah.
That's gonna go with
Yeah, right, right. Yeah.
Damn, somebody stop there. Moving infinity. Sorry, I am. There.
Funny. Yeah.
No, just, that. I think that's.
Where's the one that you have? Oh, but we can't put it up, but, yeah, we can't put that up, that's like our birthday.
What's our phrase? What's our time? About the men, about the possibilities.
2 minutes?
Imagine taking thoughts. We lose that as
Yeah. Here.
The crunch time, you're down to crunch time.
It's done the last 2 weeks. Yeah. All right, last call for thoughts. Let's see. And we got all inside, but where did you go?
I like that it's not all like one made though. No.
That's fun.
Joy.
I like that too. I was gonna put laughter, but maybe it's always.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. It's just a little bit. Unless something else.
So funny, I haven't heard that word in a long time, so we should scooch it.
Yeah.
Johnny. Yeah. That's what the song is called, and I said, "Quote." Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I think from the past, like, that's that. I could. Anything else? For the good of the order.
Feel good? Feeling good?
Was it?
All right.
Yeah. That was good.
Doing my, need my nails. So you got it? Yeah. Yeah, it's little, it's possible on the actual board itself.
All right, if you guys could come back, we're gonna do a little debrief. So we'll start with, tell us a little bit about, what's on here and how you made some of these decisions, or give us an overview about kind of what's on your collage. That's whoever, you can decide whoever wants to do it.
All right, Jane, you start.
Well, we certainly all kind of agreed on the quotes, which you can't read. But the quotes were a fun one to, good place to start.
Yeah.
There.
If you want to come up and.
Anybody
you're
can,
welcome.
anybody can come up there and, share on any of this, or if anybody wants to see it closer, we'll do that.
And the one that is one that I loved, that I'm just gonna speak to because that was the only image that really appealed to me, is the tree with the infinite number of stars just swirling around it, and it's like being aware of the present, being clear of what's right in front of you, but also the potential, the infinite potential of what's outside and working and that. So that would how I would explain that one. And you go ahead.
Yeah, we also talked about the fact that the tree in the forefront of this, Ryan, is steady in this image, right? Well, this is all moving around you, right? And there's this in this image. As it based upon that, and what we attached to this was this phrase by Thomas Merton, which says, "You do not need to know precisely what is happening or exactly where it all is going. What you need to recognize is the possibilities and challenges offered by the present moment, and to embrace them with courage, faith, and hope."
And I think we thought that was kind of a key element of how we even kind of operate as a board, right? And we believe that there's going to be a real need for some possibilities to be seen, right? As we move forward in this next year as part of that process, right? And that kind of goes to this image that we put up here where you can see out beyond you, but you're not really sure what the destination is, right? We know there's a challenge ahead of us. We've got to get out there, right? But we're not really certain how we're gonna all get there. And I think that's why this image is up there. And we attach with the word explore, right? And that was really kind of important to us. We never forget why we're here, and there's an image of the students up here, right? So that's always a powerful message for us, is that this is about changing lives, those people's lives in particular, right? And ours as well, right? It's part of this process. And we attach with that the word courage. It takes courage to stand in that fight sometimes. And we picked up on this phrase that I think all of us really like, is hope is folding paper cranes even where your hands get cramped and your eyes tired, working past blisters, paper cuts, simply because something in you insists on opening its wings. That's part of the challenge ahead, right? So I think that's what we put in here, right? And with that, of course, we recognize we have a lot of work going on with the bond and such, and certainly we attach with that belief. We believed in the place, and that takes, I think, the foundation of what goes on, and that's what we talked about. Anybody else want to add to that comment?
To the CCC one,
Yeah,
just the groundbreaking today, but it's also from how much work has been done to establish this college. It's 6 years old now, and like, it took a lot of work and it continues to take work. And I think as the year comes, we'll be maybe exploring things we didn't think we'd ever have to explore. There's a lot going on just generally for colleges and higher education. And then the one that really stood out to me was the bridge, because I feel like the college is a bridge from, high school for adults who want to learn to, getting their diplomas and their certifications and moving on, building a legacy of wealth for their families and their communities.
yeah, this is really an image about the significant bridges we have to build, right? And there are numbers of them. Community, students, all of that, they're part of what we're talking about, right? And be associated with that, the word collaboration, right, is part of that group. Anybody else want to make comments about the bridge statement? 'Cause I think we all agree that that was important to be up here.
We talked about long live your values, because we need that as we journey through this next year. Whatever we do, we have to make our impact last. It's for the students, for the community, for ourselves. And I thought it was very well.
And I think we picked this picture even though because of its beauty, right? But it's a very unusual picture of the falls. It doesn't look like it, but it is, right? But I think we resonated around the notion that this is part of our world and being present in it, right? And the lens you may look into that world, you may see something different. How different that view was. They created that beautiful image, right? And a site that we oftentimes go by daily and not see, right? So I think that was something really pretty powerful about that image. You might look at that and go, what do you have that up there for?
It represents our county, I think,
Yeah.
quite
And-
well, right?
yeah.
That image. I see it 5 days a week. Go out for a walk.
Then we got into, us making a long lasting impact with those bridges and the possibilities ahead for us and remaining focused as we take that journey. Right? We have a couple of interesting comments or phrases up here first by John B. Arden. It says, by focusing on possibilities, you can see more than a potential light at the end of the tunnel. The light doesn't have to be at the end of the tunnel. It can illuminate an opportunity wherever you are. That was quite powerful. And finally up here we have what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. And we hope to believe that one of the strengths of this board, and I said this earlier, right, that we have such a diverse group of people. They're very different people. But I think when you look at even this exercise, there's this common understanding
right, and respect, but more importantly, a shared purpose, right, for this mission that we're after. And I think it's reflected in that, and we talked about that a lot. Right. We said, we thought that was really unique amongst a lot of boards too.
Collaboration, we had to handwrite it,
Yeah.
because we couldn't find it.
Yeah.
you said something that to me is really powerful. And so you don't, I obviously have to figure it out today, but the way you said you drive by the falls, you might drive by them every day, but not see them. And so I just wonder, how do you keep like this poster as if it's hanging in the boardroom where you all are meeting, remembering, how do you stay connected to what you find out today or during that activity, how you all work together, and remember why and what inspired you to not just have it be on the wall and not see it there anymore, or why you chose it. Because I made me think of like, what's in my life that's right there every day, but I don't see it. So I don't, but it's supposed to inspire me, like my gym bag or something like that. Something else. I mean, it's like, what is there that I just don't see?
Right, any thoughts to that?
Well, I think I stuck everything on there. And I didn't, until I sat down to see it, I was like, oh, why did I put that there? Like so seeing it in the full view, so like there's the comment post falls rising, which I wasn't sure when that got put, I was like, I'm not sure what that means, but then I happened to put the falls right next to it. And so one of the things that I talked about, and I think is coming through in all this, but it's not maybe explicit, so I want to make it explicit. So I don't know if anybody's ever gone whitewater rafting. But this idea of falls, rising. So for me, it's like you're going on an adventure, you need to know that your team is with you. Like when you're going down rapids, you're all doing something, maybe it's a little bit different. You're all talking, communicating to make sure you don't flip the boat. Or if somebody does fall out, you can get that person back in the boat. And I just think this, I think for me, it seems like we're gonna have some challenges and we're gonna have to be connected, communicating and working towards our goals. And keeping students centered and being focused on it as everything sort of was spinning. So I think all of this, like for me, as I zoom out now looking at the whole thing as one, that's what really stands out to me. There's not just one shovel in the ground breaking, there's a lot of shovels.
Yes.
We came real close to putting your picture up there, the run,
Oh,
but it seemed more like the past when we were looking at
And
your
then,
head.
oh my God, have you seen this? No, it was,
That was
yeah,
a big
it would
deal.
have been great.
It was a big deal for all colleges.
It was.
Yeah, especially ours, because of you.
thanks. Okay. Other feedback, thoughts? I'm wondering how this felt for you to do. Just, getting up there together and just kind of with a blank slate and looking through that.
It felt good, and it felt like people's strengths were really our current chair just kind of took charge, and Ryan put that there, and we all just talked about things when we saw it and shared ideas about the quotes and made some selections, and I think it went pretty smoothly, we just.
He physically dragged me back to the table.
I think it started out with me. It was all so confusing. Too many books on the table. I'm one of those people. I need to have one right after the other. And we all got together and we just started flipping through and looking, this is important. I like this. And so we all finally got together, worked together. And that's what I look at this board. You're gonna start out the year. It's gonna be crazy because we know what's coming at us. But we're gonna all get together and work it out. We'll come out with a picture of decent direction. We're gonna change somewhere along the way. Some of that's gonna get knocked off or something else there, but I thought it was very good indication as to how to build on what you have.
I think one thing for me, when we started, was like, oh, how do we do this? It reminded me that all the board members are here for the right reason, and they're solid in supporting each other, or that's how I feel like I can reach out to someone if I have a question or if I need support around something, and that the board members are all on the same page. Kind of represented by the tree and so many other things. Including the very central piece that has a lot of, you know, very, very historic, rock formations, which, you know, to me also represents how long the college has had an impact in this region, and for us to all be on the same page and, kind of going in the same direction is really evident through this exercise.
Who cut out the quotes? The quotes really what got us focused, I think, together, looking through the quotes.
Yeah, we started with that as a sort of a theme foundation, right?
Yeah, but how'd the quotes even come about? They were cut out before we got here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so I got most of them originally from Mary, going through a leadership, training that Mary holds
Oh, okay.
in our, for our 17 community colleges. And then I added some additional quotes that I could find online. I put in some information into ChatGPT and, said, you know, we did collages last year, we're doing it this year, this is for, you know, whatever, what would be some inspirational type quotes for this prompt.
Yeah.
And those came up and there was some of them that, yeah, as I was typing them up and as I was cutting them out, I was like, oh my gosh, this so hits home. I hope they feel the same. And especially that crane one, the paper cranes and everything.
I saw the look of pride and
Yeah.
Lee on your face.
That really hit home to me. I thought I felt that you all were doing that work and I hoped that it resonated with you as well.
There wasn't enough space to put them all up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were quite a few others that were.
But the quotes gave us focus, that's our initial focus was on those
Yeah,
quotes.
observing you all, that was interesting to watch because you gravitated toward the words and
Yeah.
applying that to inform then the rest of it. It was cool. I really love the students, how you really put the students there at the forefront of that. And that tree image with the stars is really cool. And as you explain it, it just really resonated with me as well. And any pictures of the falls, I mean, it's just such a part of, you know, of where we're at and what we do.
It's the original settlers, right? Around there
Yeah.
as well.
And indigenous people.
Indigenous people, right? All that work.
Yes.
You, Irene, I'm assuming you put the one up there with the language.
Yeah, we tried to find more languages, but then
Yeah.
we were just running out of time. That's an ad that was put together by Clackamas in Ukrainian language, so we kind of put that, and then went back to find other languages, but we kind of ran out of time.
Any other comments about this? Are you good with us putting it up in the conference room?
In the conference room. Enjoy, I stuck that one on at the last minute because I think that we enjoy each other, we enjoy the work we are doing, we enjoy you and you and you and everybody, and I think it almost seems maybe it's a little light, a little frivolous, but I don't think so. I think it's like something that you have to do when because if you stop enjoying, if you stop finding joy in what you're doing, it's not good.
Work out for it.
If it's not too much trouble, if we could take a picture of it and have like, we have all those other things that sit on the desk where we sit, like maybe an 8.5 by 11 at every person's spot, that then it's like really front and center.
Yeah.
That would be really cool if that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, it goes to Casey's comments. Yeah, that's more top of mind.
Yeah.
Just set aside, forget about it.
Even that by
That's a good
11.
idea.
Yeah.
Read it.
Nice job, you guys.
Yeah, just fantastic, really, really cool. Why don't we take 10 and we'll come back and we'll start with Mary.
Oh
so
my
close.
goodness. You and my.
We have to enjoy.
This is every time and thinks he's gonna get, I'm like, when are you gonna actually make one? That would be helpful to know. But I don't understand how you keep forgetting that they're home.
And I'm sure not all these are here too that Mary has done. So bear with me for a minute. Dr. Mary Spilde is a nationally recognized community college leader, leadership coach, and advocate for student access and success. Served as president of Lane Community College for 16 years from 2001 till 2017, when she was named president emerita. Her higher education career spans nearly 4 decades and included leadership roles at Lynn Community College as well. Throughout her career, Dr. Spilde has been a prominent voice in community college leadership, workforce development, sustainability, and organizational effectiveness. She served as chair of the board of the American Association of Community Colleges and on the boards of the American Association of Colleges, Universities, and the League for Innovation in the community college. Following her presidency, Dr. Spilde is continuing developing the next generation of community college leaders. She's actually a mentor of mine. Directs the League for Innovation and Community College Executive Leadership Institute, facilitates leadership development programs, coaches senior leaders, and works with colleges on board president relationships and organizational development. Her numerous honors include the AACC Trustees National CEO of the Year, the American Association of Women in College Woman of the Year, American Association of Community College Leadership Award for Lifetime Achievement. She earned her bachelor's and law degrees from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, and a master's degree in adult education and doctorate in post-secondary education from Oregon State University. Did I get that mostly right?
More than enough.
Okay. Thank you so much for spending the day with us, and
course.
turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Mm.
Very nice introduction. And it's really nice to be back. Got some new board members since I was here last time, but really glad to see you all and here. One of the things I do is board retreats for the National Trustees Association. So I have the opportunity to do this across the country. Next week I'll be in New Jersey and California. So it's nice to be close to home, 20 minutes from Portland, where I live now. And in terms of the awards, I think when you've been around 40 years, you just, when you're old as dirt, you start to get recognized for stuff, whether you deserve it or not, but very nice nonetheless. So we're going to talk about governance, and I know that I'm dealing here with a pretty seasoned, pretty high functioning board. But the thing I've noticed is that anytime you have a new board member or a couple of new board members, you have a new team. And there's something magical about everybody hearing the same message at the same time and discussing that and contextualizing that to how Clackamas does its work. I'm really sorry that Alina can't be here, but Tim, I'm happy to sit down with her for a couple of hours or, later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll pass on to her, and then also, of course, since we're recording, we'll pass on the
Yeah.
recording to her as well.
Yeah. So I encourage you, I'm going to share best practices in governance with you all from the research and from what we've learned by doing this work across the country. But I encourage you to stop me, to ask questions. If you think I'm off track, set me right. Happy to engage in a dialogue about some of the ideas that I'm going to be presenting to you. So I always like to start with some ground rules for our work. And sometimes I say to myself, this group doesn't need it. And as soon as I do that, halfway through, I think, oh, this group does need it. So I've just put it into listening. And I think these are good for your board meetings as well, actually. So listening deeply, leaving space for everyone to speak. So step in and then step back so that everybody else, the quieter ones in the group, perhaps have a chance to speak. Create necessary space for courageous conversations. And I know you had some very courageous conversations this last year, with more to come on that in the future. Speak your truth in ways that respect others' truth, and then turn to wonder, not to judgment. And what I mean by that is if somebody says something that kind of gets you a little bit, instead of judging that, turning to wonder. I wonder why Wade said that, or I wonder what led Rob to that conclusion. So that curiosity, I think, helps. That sense of inquiry, I think, helps deal with tense situations. So governance. So this might be the most important slide in the slide deck. That your board's power comes from acting as a team. That as an individual board member, you have no power. Your power comes from sitting around your board table
deliberating and making decisions together. And I find in this work that sometimes is one of the hardest principles for board members to grasp. That they're not the boss of Tim as an individual. They can't direct as an individual. That all comes from you sitting together and deciding what you want Tim to do. And there's this paradox of hierarchy and partnership, and I call it a partnership because there is a hierarchy. I mean, you as a board, as a collective, get to hire the president, evaluate the president, fire the president if you so choose. So there's a hierarchy. You're the bosses collectively of your one employee, the president. But if you just look at it as a hierarchy, it doesn't work. Because unless there's a partnership between the board and the president, it just doesn't work. So seeing yourself as a team with the president, being clear on direction together really makes the difference between a high functioning board, high functioning president, and a board that doesn't work that way. So you're on the same team. And so every time you find yourself saying, well, I'm going to listen to this group, and then I'm going to listen to the president, and then I'm going to decide, that is the beginning of a very slippery slope. Because anything that comes to you in terms of a recommendation should have gone through a very rigorous internal process through your shared governance or participatory governance, whatever you call that here, through that process, through the work of faculty, the work of classified professionals, deans, students, all of those multiple perspectives go into the things that come to your attention on your board agenda as recommendations. So there's this principle that my colleague Ken Burke, I do a lot of work, governance work with him. He was a trustee in Florida for 11 years. So he brings that trustee perspective. And he has this principle that he calls the presumption of correctness. And what he means by that for board members is that when you get a recommendation, whether it's about budget or some other major issue, recognizing that it has gone through a process before it gets to you, and your presumption is that the recommendation is correct. Now, it doesn't mean you can't ask questions about it, but you're leaning towards approving it as opposed to leaning towards throwing darts at it or putting holes in the argument or whatever. And I think that presumption of correctness is going to be very helpful to you as you go into budgets. And I know we're going to be talking about budgets later, but when I had an opportunity at Wayne, sadly, to cut budgets many times. And I tried many different processes, very collaborative, union leaders, the students, administrators, all working together to come up with lists of proposals that we could give to the board. And what I have learned is that it's while you need to include all of those groups in the deliberations leading to the recommendations, it's very difficult to ask them to make the tough decisions about who's going to be cut, whose program is going to be cut. It really has to fall to your one employee at the end of the day to come in with a set of recommendations that he and his staff believe are the best decisions given the information that they have. I've also learned that no matter how good your process is, no matter how good your communication is, you're going to hear about how bad the process was and how bad the communication was. It happens everywhere. And, I understand why it happens because, people are impacted. And, the people that are on a cut list are more than a number on a spreadsheet. There's a person behind that and a career behind that and a family behind that, and community members behind that. So obviously you want to do it with humanity, but at the end of the day, it's your responsibility to have a balanced budget and to not be like some colleges that I work with who have spent their ending fund balance down to almost nothing and have no glide path to get through volatile times. And I think one of the things that we're seeing across the country is volatile everywhere. There's no certainty. And I mean, I think even in the 9 years that I haven't been a president, the job has become exponentially more complicated. I thought it was complicated then. It is way more complicated now as I talk to presidents across the country. You never know when another shoe's going to drop. So in that kind of context of volatility, you have to have these, you have to have some really good policies around ending balance so that you're not caught short if, you know, if enrollment goes down or if the state cuts budgets, or, you know, whatever the other revenue sources are. So I just want to introduce that concept of presumption of correctness. Like I say, it doesn't mean you can't question. But it should be a question that is not accusatorial of the recommendation that this.
Maybe before you jump past that point, I think it's really important for us to maybe take just a moment and talk a little bit more about that in our own words, maybe, because we experienced exactly what you were talking about this last year during the budget process, right? Where we had a recommendation from staff, we knew it had been vetted, but all the public comment, and it was lengthy, right? It was all about the process of the program, we never had an opportunity. And then the people that were cut, you know, they were, you know, this became very personal in the conversation, right? And I'll say this, we sort of fell into listening to that, which way I think so it's okay to listen. But as a post consequence to that, right? There's always this other thing that sits out there on top of a board member, and that is, are you just rubber stamping what the president says? And I want to bring that up, right? This is that exact conversation we're having, right? Versus being independent enough, right, to ask the right questions. And there really is a fine line, but it really isn't that fine. It's pretty broad, right? But there are guardrails in there, and you have to really know where that guardrail is at. And sometimes those guardrails aren't so defined, except for, I would say in this last example, when we were doing this, at least this is my opinion, right? We lost sight of the fact, and I think this is really important in my opinion, that all those decisions that have been brought to us up to that time in the middle of that have been fully vetted by a lot of people. And they've spent thousands of hours coming up with that recommendation. They didn't sit down and have a cup of coffee. It went through multiple layers of internal discussions and months of arduous sort of discussions about who and what we're going to be impacted by that, right? And I think we can never lose sight of that. We have to believe that we have told Tim that we want a process in place, and we've established what that process is inside, right? With shared governance and the rest of it. We have to continue to believe in that process, right? Because what happens in those public meetings is people can come in and say what they want to say. It doesn't mean that it's truthful. It doesn't mean that what really happened. It may be their truth.
It's their truth, yeah.
Right? Okay. But it may not be factual in terms of what actually happened to get to that decision, right? It's a tough spot when we're sitting there and you listen to these personal decisions, right?
Yeah. Jean?
And just may I add on to this, that in all of the years I've been on the board, just I think 18, that was the first time that there was a really strong group of people coming and speaking before us about the budget. So that was, it was,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Clackamas has been, for good reason, because of your prudence, has been relatively sheltered from budget challenges that many other colleges in the state have faced.
Yeah.
And so when it happens for the first time for a board, it's like, what is going on here? But you can expect that. You can, you know, these people care about the programs, they care about their colleagues, and they're going to show up and talk to you about it. And I think what it's important for you to do is certainly listen, but balance the emotion, which will be there, undoubtedly, with kind of the data and the facts that support the recommendations that are being made. And then also realizing that every single thing we do in community colleges has a group that supports it passionately. And I'm recalling, and I don't recommend this, Tim, I said this to our board at Lane after I tendered my retirement letter, but we were in budget cuts And we brought a recommendation to raise tuition. And we brought a set of budget cuts. And of course, everybody, 100 people in the room advocating for their programs. And so they, first of all, the board voted 4-3 to not raise tuition. So that was another $500,000 right there, hole in the budget. And then with some of the programs that they got emotional about, they said, and could you go back and reconsider? Or do a little more thinking, or, you know, something to that. They didn't say, don't do it, but they kind of sent me back. At the end of the meeting, I said, you all are crazy. Just like that, you all are crazy. And they said, what? And I said, well, look what you've just done. You voted not to raise tuition. That's $500,000 right there. You're asking me to reconsider some programs, and I can do that. And I can bring you other reductions. But just let me tell you, next month, there's going to be another set of people in this room at doing the same advocacy. And so this is the best. This is not, this work sucks. You know, cutting budget's horrible. It's, nobody wants to do it, but it's this responsibility that the president has and you have to make sure that at the end of the day, you have a balanced budget and you have what you need in your ending fund balance to give you a glide path to whatever is next. Anybody want to say anything else about that?
Other than, I will say, we talk about this a lot, there's no perfect process, no matter what. I mean, it's just, it's difficult, it's challenging, and however we set it up, there's gonna be criticism. So I keep that in mind when I, you know, putting this all together.
Yeah, I mean, I do think as a board, you deserve to know what the process is. And you deserve to know the rationale for whatever cuts are being proposed. And what data surround that, you know, is it enrollment, is it jobs in the community, family wage jobs after the program is completed by student, you know, whatever those elements, criteria are that lead to the recommendations. It's important for you to know that. But even that is not perfect because not everything a program does can be measured, right? Like an early childhood program, for example, low wages on the other end, but a societal need. So you're balancing that. Nursing, one of our most expensive programs, but leads people to family wage jobs immediately. So I mean, those are the kinds of things that you have to struggle with.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
Is this our opportunity to bring up anything about this last budget process? This is it.
Well, there is
Well,
an item about some of the new elements that you're thinking
Yeah,
about in your
we're gonna
process.
spend some time talking about what we're proposing
Good,
for a new
okay.
process, and maybe we can, you know, talk a little bit
Excellent.
about.
That's
So if you want to hold on to
Yes,
that
I do.
thought, yeah. So this is the simplest way I can graphically show the roles of the board, the roles of the president, and then the things that I think you do together. So of course you have statutory responsibility as outlined in the Community College Act. Fiduciary, and I'll talk a little more about that, but the way you do your work is through the policies that you set and the direction that you set for the president through the strategic plan that you've approved and the annual goals for the president. That is pretty much how boards do your work. And then you powerfully delegate to the president to execute on whatever it is that you have decided that he needs to be working on. And within the policy framework that you set up. So, but your policies are really important. And because those are the guardrails that you're setting for the president and faculty and staff to work within. But you don't just set policy, give direction, delegate, and then walk away. You have an oversight and monitoring function. So attached to those goals, probably, you know, some outcomes that you're looking for, and it could be a measurement, could be a quantitative measurement, or it could be a qualitative measurement. But it is your job to also make sure that what you direct is actually happening. And then beyond that, supporting and protecting the president and the institution, the reputation of the institution, the reputation of the board. As I mentioned, you know, budget work is horrible. And that's the time when the president needs your support. And again, it doesn't mean that you can't have questions, it doesn't mean that you can't challenge. But at the end of the day, if you are not publicly supporting the president, if it seems like there's a schism between the board and the president, I've just seen this over and over again. If the door is ajar, there will be a lot of people who walk through it and make the schism wider. So by all means, if you have got issues with the way Tim's doing things, I'm sure he wants to hear what that is. At least, you know, privately, at least first, like I have this concern. You can speak for yourself, Tim, but I mean, I think most presidents want to know if they're on track or not on track. So important to share those things, but public support and protection of the president is really, really important. The average tenure of a community college president is 4 years. You've already beaten the odds. Yay. But what the research shows is it takes 8 to 10 years to actually transform an institution.
Oh, at least.
At least, right? So if the presidents are
Yeah.
doing this, nothing changes for students. It's the same old, same old. And so we want presidents to be there long enough to actually make substantive change stick and happen. Because there are a lot of people, sadly, in our organizations who are, you know, we be here longer than you gonna be here. And so they're willing to wait it out. But that's, in these times, we just can't have that because there's too much at stake for students. Obviously, you got a big responsibility to allocate resources, approving that budget, and then setting the tone. That I think this has become even more important for boards to set the tone for how they want things to roll in the boardroom and in the institution than it ever has. I think it's a reflection of what's going on outside of community colleges and our broader world, where it's okay to personally attack, criticize, assassinate verbally people in positions of power. And it's really up to you as the board to set a tone for that. Some boards have a statement of you know, conduct in this boardroom. We will not tolerate personal attacks. We want to hear issues, we want to hear you, but we won't accept personal attacks on a staff person, whoever it is, president or anyone else. And it's that kind of leadership from the board that I think is really important. When I started as president of Lane, we had a person who was going after one of our deans, like really hard, in, you know, meeting after meeting, public meeting, speaking to the board about this person in very personal terms. And at some point I said to the board, you have to stop this. You know, this person is not going to do their best work if they're being attacked, and the board is just sitting there doing nothing. So at the next meeting, the chair said, you know, we want to hear from you. We really do, and we'll listen, but we want to hear about issues. We're not interested in hearing about personal attacks. It stopped because of that, you know, board chair's statement. They brought issues. That was exactly what we wanted them to do. So you can set the tone for what happens in the boardroom, but it also has a knock-on effect to how people treat each other in the college as a whole. If they see you acting out, you know, all bets are off. Permission to be and say whatever they want.
And before you jump past
Yes.
that, we experienced that again, and I think it's relevant to have this conversation where
Mhm.
we're seeing more. And particularly during the budget, we see
Yeah.
that in other places, right? Where groups of faculty or factions of the unions will show up, right?
Mhm.
And they will personally start attacking Tim and
Yeah.
unions, right? And we've also seen them attack Jeff, officer as well in the middle of these, right? How, you know, it's easy to say you shouldn't listen to stuff, but we're in a room that's packed and there's 150 of them, right? Maybe we should talk a little bit more about how you really do manage that environment. right? Because it's not as easy as to say, just don't do that.
Yeah.
Right, because there you are, you're in the middle of this, right? It's not any different than being in a crowd that's angry, right? And then you're in the middle of that and having to sort of defend what we're supposed to be doing, right? Because in the back of your mind, you start questioning as a human being, right? Well, is any of this valid, right? And is there any reason to listen to this, right? And where do I put that? Right? It's a hard thing to do. I don't know if anybody else has any comments while you're sitting there.
Right. Okay. Any thoughts?
Well, I think your comment, I agree, I think we should have a conversation about this, but I think your comment about setting the tone and what sort of environment you allow to exist is going to spread like a disease across the institution. And I think for me that environment that we have our meetings in, that we manage the public portion of that is gonna be really important. Because I mean, in one of the, I don't remember, it was the budget committee meeting or the board meeting, but I personally felt like the engagement with a particular staff person by other staff people was just not healthy or good. And I'm like, this doesn't, I mean, I get to go home, I don't work in this place. So in some sense of like what that does for the workplace, but ultimately for me, it's like, what does this do for the students? Like, if we're here for the students, and that's what our focus, that's like the central piece, like over there. Like, I wanna make sure that we're cultivating an environment that says, this isn't the way that we engage, and setting an example, like practicing it, and for students who are currently or will go out and do different things in their workplace or volunteering, whatever, that they kind of learn that you can tackle hard conversations and difficult decisions in sort of a respectful way, where we center the human in that experience. So, yeah, I would agree, this is very important.
Yeah, Jane and then David.
I just wanted to comment that Katie does a wonderful job of sort of not jumping in, but gently coming in and saying, we'll let that, we don't do this or something like that. A couple of times that's been really, you've saved us.
Yeah, but I would say I'll just say this, it's not Katie's job.
It's not.
Right?
No.
Katie's so uncomfortable at that point, I guess my opinion is, right, that she's like, I can't stand it, I'm gonna have to step in here, right? I think that's generally what happens, and we probably should step in longer.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true, but go ahead,
David?
Just to bring in some conversations that I've had with council about negotiations and other issues at the college. And just kind of name that the relationships between the represented groups and administration are much different this year than they've ever been. And those attorneys are saying, well, that's true across the whole public sector.
It is.
And
Can I just
that,
stop you for once? I apologize. You weren't here, just so you know, we are being recorded and we're live and we're on. YouTube.
Not that you're saying.
Not that you're saying anything,
Yeah.
I just didn't.
Awareness.
I just wanted to make sure you knew.
oh,
Sorry, I apologize.
No, no,
I didn't mean to get you off a roll, but I wanted you to know before you.
yeah,
David.
I'm David Larkin,
And-
Vice President of Instruction and Services, Clackamas Community College. And I said this publicly at the table to members of who came to watch, that there is a divisiveness in our country and in our region that is showing up at the college now. And so that's just to underline that anything that we can do to disrupt that division. Understand that people are feeling aggrieved and powerless and out of control and are trying to assert some sense of boundaries on their world in the only place really that they have to do that, which is in the small community college space. So I have a great deal of empathy for how people are feeling, because I feel the same way.
Yeah.
And also, if we can name that and say, and we should be working together in this difficult time, not trying to score points on each other. So, I know it's kind of cold comfort that this is happening
Yeah.
elsewhere and also in the private sector, but it is something that a lot are dealing with, and there are bigger things than clacking at work. Yeah.
I do just want to affirm a couple things. One is it's not Katie's job to do this. So, you know, she does a nice job of it, but I want to get you out of that role. And then, you're right in a sense that setting the tone has trickled down. I mean, we've talked about workplace policy around, you know, how people talk to each other. We're doing trainings around bystander intervention and how do we stop some of these things before they go, because we're seeing it, you know, impacting regular conversations between staff and faculty and the board, you know, how you operate and what you allow and don't allow does really go far to set the tone of that. So it's, you know, great to see some of this interrupted and stopped.
Yeah. So what do you say at the beginning of your public comment? You sent me that, but what is it that you say? Do you make a statement about?
Do you have that? Do you have that up?
Yeah, it's all scripted. It's all scripted. Let me.
Sorry to be on this.
No, it's okay.
Coming back to order in the courtroom kind of thing, right? The judge trying to control the crowd reaction. And I think we got some of that at our last budget, after the post-budget committee meeting, right? The last one, everybody was there. And the crowd, they're spurring each other on, right? And applauding each other with the comments rigorously, right? Applauding the comments. And I don't think that helps, right? That doesn't help for the, I don't know, the orderliness of the whole meeting. I don't know if we want to curb that. Seems to me, I think we should. The emotional reactions are kind of over the top, felt to me. And it, I don't know, kind of generating anger and resentment from others in the room, right? They felt more empowered to do so, right? I don't know if we have a means to control that or if we want to control it.
Offer one, I'm gonna offer just something. There is quite a few people even though you're sensing the people that are like angry, there's also a very large group of people in the room that are like, stop, like not angry, more upset or frustrated that it's not being stopped than people like cheering each other on, I guess. There's a lot of people who are like, is someone gonna stop? Who's going to stop this? Or isn't it your job to stop this? They're feeling frustrated and anger, not because of the decision that you're making to not listen to them about a policy or program being cut, but that you're not managing the space. That is also maybe some of the things that you would realize. There's a lot of people who are like, well, bang the gavel, something. So that energy is also in the space, not just in the space, but online, and other people are watching. That if you allow this behavior in the boardroom, me as an employee, if I didn't want this, who's gonna stop? Who's gonna help me? If it's happening at the highest level of like where their authority to stop it exists. That's the kind of stuff that we're hearing from employees and they're afraid to speak up, because why would they? Because they're afraid. So that's
and it's a dance, right? It's a dance between making yourself available to really listen deeply to what people are saying, but at the same time, not allowing, bad behavior of personal attacks against whomever those attacks are being targeted at. So, it is a fine line and a balance, but I think it's possible to achieve it. And the gavel certainly is one way to do that.
So you call to order, you welcome everyone to the board, and then we've started adding in this section that says The board would like to request those in the audience refrain from conduct which is unreasonably loud, disruptive, or profane. Rude, slanderous, or threatening remarks will not be permitted. Whistling, hissing, yelling, feet stomping, clapping, or speaking out of turn will also not be acceptable behavior. Anyone doing so may be removed from the boardroom.
There's a lot.
If it persists, help me understand this though, right? The chair or the board, right, can just suspend the public session, right? They can just say, look, unless you're gonna conduct this in a reasonable manner, we're not interested in continuing this pathway, right? It's not productive, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know if I would start with a suspension of the meeting, but, or the public comment, but. I mean, I think you can gavel and
They
say,
can ask you that, but
you know,
repeat it.
excuse me, but that is out of order.
Yeah.
We don't accept
Right.
attacks on any human being.
Right.
Obviously, you have an important issue that you're passionate about, talk to us about that without implicating or targeting, an individual. And then, let them continue for their rest of their 3 minutes or whatever it is. And I think you just have to get into the habit of doing that until people realize that you are not in listening mode if that is happening. And I think you can say that, we're not at our best in terms of listening to issues when you are in attack mode. So please refrain from that. But I think you're just going to have to keep doing it until people understand that you're serious about setting the tone and you're serious about not accepting, that kind of behavior. I know, it's not like at Lane, for example, the chair, one of the things in addition to what the chair says is, we know you're all passionate about things, but this is a board business meeting. And so if you could use the American Sign Language, instead of applause or, whatever, but gestures, because, clapping and stomping, that takes time away from, the time that you've got for your meeting. And especially in budget season, when you've got person after person after person who wants to be heard, then, you could be going at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night without having conducted your business. I mean, I sat through just recently in the fall, a meeting at Lane where there was 2 hours and 15 minutes of public comment. So by the time they got to the actual business of the board meeting, everybody was exhausted. So, thinking about how you can, curtail some of that without giving the impression that you don't want to listen to.
Well, we did invoke a limitation on the time we would spend with
Yeah.
public comment,
Yeah.
and then offered a first come, first served list.
Yeah.
When we
Mhm.
got to the time, that was it.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yep.
so-
that's a very common policy. Is that in your policy?
We do not have a policy on limits or we do on like the 3-minute
Mhm.
comment period, but we don't have a policy on doing the randomization that we did for the
Mhm.
budget committee and setting a limit for the amount of time overall that we're
Mhm.
going to hear public comments. That's something that the board might be interested in talking about and discussing.
It's a very common policy that you limit it to 3 minutes. And if there are over X number of people, that it gets reduced to 2 minutes. That some colleges have, 20 minutes or 30 minutes, like max, that the board can extend at its discretion if they want to do that. Some have, in their policy that serial
Yeah.
letter reading will not be accepted, like decide what it is you want to say about this issue. It doesn't help to hear the same thing over and over again. I mean, so there are some things that you can do, but it should be in policy. So that everybody knows what the rules are. And you're operating within that framework, that visible public framework of whatever that policy says. Irene, sorry, Jill, and then Irene, sorry, Irene, I think I
have a
just
question.
didn't see you at the corner of my eye.
That's all right. I don't think that we had the opportunity to expel anyone
Mhm.
from the meeting. after we indicated to them that it would not be tolerated,
Mhm.
they went back to their corners and maybe they were talking in sign language or whatever. But I don't think that we had any of our officials remove a group from the meeting.
We didn't have anyone, but you can do that. You have the right to, if someone is, it's very slippery slope, but you do have the right that if someone is not following your policies
Right.
and you've asked them repeatedly to follow the policy, they can be removed from the boardroom.
Absolutely. But I was just wanting to make sure.
We have not
We
today.
haven't had.
Yeah, we have not today.
We have not.
We have not.
Before you were, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, there was somebody who was long time ago, but somebody came in and walked behind the dais and it was like, okay, no, and there was a security guy there, so, come on. we need to leave. But boy, we have, may I say, been incredibly free of having to deal with situations like this. Really free. I mean, this is maybe the second or third time in all the time I've been here, we have this, or maybe more, maybe a few more, but not much.
Yeah, and I
So
think that,
we're not used to it.
right,
It's like,
and,
wait a minute, you're
Yeah.
not nice.
and I think that's why it's important to have something in policy. Irene,
Mhm.
I don't remember, I know we went through this policy several years ago now, but do we have something in place in our policies so that when we've given a warning, we've given a second warning, and it happens again, and then we just go into a separate room and we're only having the meeting online as a way to like curb that and show that boundary? And the second thing is possibly, structuring the room the next time we have such a large audience. Our speakers lined up to have a security guard or someone who's working in security kind of between the public and the board as a boundary setting, like where we need business here and we're just not gonna, because the reason I'm bringing this up is there going to be an escalation?
Yeah.
And to protect that from escalating, putting in some structures and maybe updating the policies and reading those policies, like.
I don't believe, Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we have a policy about when the board would shut down the meeting and go online. So would that be something that, you'll want to talk about, that's, in getting that in place, I think, again, to Jane's point, we haven't had to deal with this before, so now we need to think about the what if scenarios. We have had security at, I believe, all of our meetings, but to your point, maybe more of a prominent spot or thinking differently about where they're at.
Because sometimes what happens is the more boundaries you set, the anger just it boils over. And then you can have an incident that is regrettable, but if we can plan ahead, that might be something that we prevent.
yeah,
I think I spent many years of Portland City Council meetings and then having to put in some of these structures really helped just kind of draw that boundary and all that behavior stops.
Yeah,
And
I
we're
mean,
not anywhere near that, just to clarify.
right. I mean, if you
Exactly.
start to talk about your policy, as I think you should, you're probably gonna get pushback. Oh, it means you don't wanna listen, things like that, and I just think you have to be ready for that. But nonetheless, policymaking is your role and is your responsibility to set up the guardrails within which every staff member, community member must stay within when they're in your boardroom.
I think part of it is the shaping of the listening. So for me, and I expressed this to Katie in the email after the meeting, but it became very difficult for me to listen and engage because some of the activity.
Yeah.
And so like, I think whatever we do, we also frame it in the sense of like, we do want to hear you. We also want to cultivate and create a space that empowers people who may be a little more nervous sharing publicly, that they feel that their rights to be able to do that and not be trampled on. So, but also like, we need some level of quietness, like, so that we can hear and that we can engage in the comments and not engage back and forth, but like actually take it in. And I think if we do move in the direction of creating some policy, I think some language around that of like, we want to create a space for you. Like that this is a mutual space for us to hear and listen fully. And to do that, we need everybody's participation to create that environment, and sustain that environment. If
Right.
that circle is gonna be broken, then we have implications for that. But I think that again is sort of centered, we want public comment, we have to have it, but I mean,
Yeah.
we're centering sort of that environment.
Right.
That may, I mean, at least for me, I mean, like, that's a much more. Kind of considerable, like being considerate and sort of how do we do this together without like, we're gonna have all these rules.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we want this to go well, we want it to
Yeah.
be a healthy debate.
Right.
in some
And I think
sense.
just that statement, Ryan, of saying, I don't do my best work.
Yeah.
In this kind of environment, I don't listen well, I do, you know, I just don't do my best work, so can we just tone it down so that everybody has an opportunity to speak and be heard? And I, as a board member, have an opportunity to deeply listen to what it is that you're saying without the distractions of the, you know, the emotions in the room. Casey, did you have something you wanted to
It
add?
was centered on what Ryan was
Okay.
saying. I know that and it's something that I think our college could get behind, is the idea of like people process in different ways. We know we have learners that learn in different ways, and how important it is for me as a board member, as a trustee, to have the space to really deeply hear what it is that you're saying and have the, you know, create the space that I can process and critically think about all the things that are being brought to the table, not just the public comment, but be able to recall the things that I have, you know, the things that we have read and all the research
Mhm.
that's also in front of us to help us make these decisions. So it's almost like taking a test, like you've
Yeah.
got a lot of different inputs, and I take it so seriously, or we take it so seriously. This is why, the why behind
Mhm.
creating the space, and it's not about the rules
Yeah.
of shutting people down.
Right.
It's like we have to provide them, I think it's very important to provide them, like, I know this is how it was. This is what you get to do instead of clapping, we are going to do this.
Yeah.
We, you know, like, tell them like this is what it might have been,
Mhm.
but this demonstrate it
Yeah.
for them, so they don't feel like you're taking something away. We're trying to do it
Inviting a new way.
we're
Mhm.
inviting a new way.
Mhm.
And setting and helping everyone recalibrate to the new way of how we're going to operate together is what I was hearing. And I remembered when you said that, we had a conversation about it, because I was, what could they possibly think? That's why
Mhm.
the momentum changes in a way.
Yeah.
And to talk about how cold, it might feel cold to be quiet in the space, but talk about why that exists and like, just be open about it and
Mhm.
talk about why we're being quiet, because it can feel in a place where other cultures, it's like call and response, it's very normal and common. We're not trying to shut that down. We know that that exists. We're doing it this way because of this, and having it be somewhere in policy.
Well, I think for me, and back to the rubber stamp thing, I don't wanna rubber stamp anybody's opinion, and so, or proposals or a proposal that gets brought in the public comment, right? So for me, it's like. I need space to wonder and be curious and ask the questions during the appropriate times where we ask staff or Tim those questions. And so, again, it's sort of creating space so that I think the board can really do the work that the board is supposed to be doing throughout that meeting and then beyond. I think that's what also is. At least for me.
So maybe some policy work, but anything else on this point of public comment and creating that space and that balance between listening and good conduct?
I have a question. Is there a best practice of a way to shift the role that Katie has been playing back to the board? Is there possibly during the small group meetings, the executive team that could come up with a way and then share that process with us so we can support that transition? I'd be very interested in knowing about that.
Tell me more what you're thinking. The role Katie's playing, you mean against disrupting the behavior? Is that what
Yeah.
you're suggesting?
Because, you know, I do want to not have Katie in that position, but like, how do we, what are the steps that we can take to bring it back to the board and make those changes happen?
Well, I mean, I think it's a commitment by each one of you, when you see the behavior that she's seeing, that you say something about it. And, you know, in the face of 100 people, you know, it might be scary to do that, but I think I do think it's a board responsibility and I think it takes commitment. The chair certainly has a role, but I think each board member has a role in showing that you have considered this and you believe that this toxicity in the space is not the best way to conduct your business or to set the tone for the institution. I don't know the other than just making that commitment. I don't know that, I can't see any language that you would put in a policy or anything like that, but I don't know, Tim, do you have ideas?
I think a lot of it falls to the chair.
Yeah.
But responses like Ryan's, really thoughtful responses in a public meeting, I think that resonates too. So, and Irene, you're always really good at this, listening really thoughtfully and then making a comment about that. So I think spreading it out, so to speak, or having different folks comment on that would have quite an impact.
And if you decide to do some policy work, before and the budget process ensues, that's the time as you're deliberating on what language to use that these kinds of comments could be made publicly. The things that you've just said, Ryan, the things that you've said, Irene. That's when they can know that you're being thoughtful about this. It's not just dang it, we're going to do this, but rather there's a reason, as you said, Casey, behind the doing it.
Yeah, I'll just share this. I think I shared with some of you after that budget committee meeting. There were a number of administrators and staff that were really upset with me, feeling I should be the one to really stop that behavior and the rest. And I said, I had to do some educating with our administrators and saying, this is really not my meeting. This is the board. And while I'll jump in and make some comments, it's not always appropriate for me to come in and be running all that. And so there's a I don't know if it's misperception or some education needed for staff and faculty to really understand too. So what that means about, I've said to a number of people, this is the board's meeting. I am a staff member. I'm an employee here and in that part of it. But there's, still quite a reaction, I think, to some people that felt that was, I should have been interrupting a lot more.
I think from employees or people who are looking to you all as leaders, they are also like, how bad does it have to get before you stop? Like, at what point would you stop it? Where would be that limit? So for their own safety and their own like physical and or psychological safety in that space, we're like, ask yourself, like, how do we need to get there to find out? Or how do we get in front of that so it doesn't go that far that we would have to know that? And it is a lot of responsibility, but I believe in to be able to do it.
I think we all felt the uncomfortable.
Yeah.
The thing that we weren't comfortable with is what, as Jane pointed out, having this be new, right? Is it okay for me as a board member? Because we weren't trained on doing this. We don't have experience doing it. Is it okay for me to say something about, I want this to stop? And you don't, then you lose your safety, right? So in the back of your head going, is it okay for me to say something here? Because I really feel uncomfortable, right? But I also don't feel safe about saying something because it'll be directed at me, or do I even have the authority to say that? So I think there was a lack of clarity about what board members could do right in the middle of these meetings. And that's why it's so important for us to talk about it, because all of you have the right to say something in the middle of these meetings when the conduct of what's happening isn't comfortable for you. You can point it out to me, or you can point it out to the group. We're a team, right? And so I think you have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
And honestly, the sooner you say something, the less chance it is of getting that much worse and the mob mentality. The sooner you say something and the stricter you are at keeping to your word. Like if you read that at the beginning of your meetings, you should be sticking to it. You know what I mean? So if you and you will be as you go forward, you're all talking about it and you're making this commitment and we're moving forward with it. But yeah, the sooner and the more consistent you will see that people just stop doing it because they're not getting anywhere.
Well, I think it's an important lesson to learn here, right? For all of us, that you have the license to do it, right? You have this one.
Yeah, and I would say that if it feels threatening to speak up as a trustee, that's where the rest of the team members come in to say, Jane, I'm glad you said that because I'm feeling exactly the same way. I don't feel like this is a productive space where we can really deeply listen to the issues that are college community has. But backing up each other is really important here. So it's people see that you're a team and that you have each other's back.
And we do have, on college campus, we have our expressive conduct policy. So if there are people that really do want to operate within the right to have free speech or protest, we have a process for that, and that we can guide them
Mhm.
towards that if it's happening in the boardroom and we want it to be somewhere else,
Mhm.
because we have rules for the boardroom and what's happening in the meeting. But the rules for people to be able to have the freedom of speech and to have that, we have a process and a policy for that, that we can guide them towards to where they can do that, express that, right? And it's not always in the midst of the boardroom during the meeting, right? Like how, so that's the other thing is we're guiding you to like, where's that boundary of like when it's moved past this space of like board meeting space to let's go ahead and share with them the opportunity that they have to express this right on our campus.
And I would just harken back to one of the words we put up on that board, so that with this then has to come courage from all of you as well to do it, right?
Yeah.
So the first time you do it, you're gonna be very uncomfortable because we're not good at it. But if we have to continue to do it and you see the collaboration and support from your other board members, it'll feel a lot safer in the
Right.
future. But we need to make it happen.
Yeah.
And once it happens, I think it'll grow,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
This is why I put it out. We're there to listen and we want to
Yeah, I
have
know.
that opportunity, but as a team, we also have to realize that we're probably all feeling exactly the same way,
Mhm.
so just say it, right? And let's put some guardrails on how this goes, right?
Good discussion. Yes, Joel.
One last question. When you say those things and you ask them to not behave in such a manner, and they stop, but they take the cameras out and they start snapping pictures.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah.
And that's the hesitation sometimes of calling in the call, so just to understand. They're snapping pictures, why? You can see all of this on TV.
Mhm. You know, we live in a world of devices and, you know, I would say that, you know, time, place and manner is an important part of freedom of speech. It's not that you're stopping people's freedom of speech, but there's a time, a place and a manner in which that speech happens. That needs to be clear to them, and there's probably nothing you can do to stop the cameras, you know, the rolling. And I, you know, I think it works both ways, the fact that it's gonna be out there anyway. Because you're streaming and because you put it on YouTube, that people are gonna get to see that anyway, but probably. You know, again, there's this fine balance. For example, I mean, I think if you were to think about ejecting a group or people out of the boardroom, you need to be really judicious about using that kind of last resort. And it may be necessary, but being judicious. And the same with, you know, I think if you put in a proviso that people couldn't use their cameras, I mean, I think the backlash of that would be so big, it wouldn't be worth, you know, trying to stop people doing it. So just, there's some things kind of learning to live with some of the realities of the fact that we have powerful computers in our back pockets, you know, in our phones, and they can be used.
I just wanted to add to the safety component, Joe, that you brought up, because the more this crack opens, if this continues, there are folks who travel from one meeting to another and continue to instigate. And so I think something for us to think about, especially as women, as we're leaving the building, to leave in clusters of 2 and 3, so that when it's dark and, you know, as the days get shorter, to that, then have a safety plan to walk out. I'm not saying that folks who come to the meetings right now are doing that, but there are people who will travel, and I've seen that so many times. They'll travel to Portland City Council, they'll travel somewhere else. They even came one time from Portland City Council to Canby City Council meeting, the same cast of characters, and were very disruptive and creating very unsafe spaces, not only within the building, but following people, especially to their cars and things like that, so.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I would
it's
say
very-
that right there,
Yeah.
where you're talking about your physical safety
Yeah.
and you're concerned about that in terms of walking out the building. That's That's important, you know, for people to understand that just because you're a trustee doesn't mean that you've got, you know, Superman armor on or whatever, that you're a human being and you want to get to your car safely and get home.
Yeah, we'll share with all of you. I think I did, but if you didn't know, at one of those budget meetings, I went to the restroom. And some people from the crowd went in the restroom and harassed me in there.
And
They were all over me.
at a recent neighborhood meeting, there was a number of folks that were coming at the end with after staff as well. So it is, those are legitimate concerns and we want to think about that. And so we'll talk to safety as well. because I want to make sure that people feel.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, how many safety people are on campus during the meeting?
I don't know the answer, how many are on the meetings, but we've asked the director to be there and then there's, and it's up to him about what he thinks he needs as far as additional. And then, we have a, close relationship with the Oregon City Police Department, so they're usually a part as well.
Yeah, because I don't want our demands to cost the
Right.
college.
Yeah.
No,
They-
no,
they-
A lot of money, but.
They
still.
do, I mean, I know that we've asked, in the past, like the big budget meetings, things like that, we've had two or three that are there and ready to go, but I would, again, that's a marginal cost to think about, we need to make sure people feel safe and the rest, so.
All right, I'm gonna move on. So we've talked about the, broad brush strokes of the board responsibility and the right-hand circle. The responsibility of your own employee, the president, administration, management, day-to-day guidance for the work of the institution. Sounds simple, it's a lot, of course. And then things in the middle are things that you do together, strategic planning. To get around the rubber stamping issue that some people might feel is touch points along the way of the development of a new strategic plan by the board, so you don't feel, most of the work on a strategic plan is done by staff or a consultant if you choose to use that, but feeling that you've given direction, that you've given, visioning like you just did of how you see your next year going. Those are important touch points for the board before it gets to the approval stage. And then advocacy, we want you to be ambassadors and advocates for the institution at the legislature or, with local officials, with community groups and so forth. But being on the same page with the president and in fact OCCA in this state so that you've got a unified agenda when you talk to people is really important. And, not going off on kind of a frolic of your own in that advocacy. So I'm just offering, here's what I think is a really good policy. Trustees recognize that they're not involved in the day-to-day operations of the college. The individual trustees have no legal authority to commit the college in any way. For these reasons, trustees should commit to referring contacts from employees, students, and community residents to the board chair or president, so that an appropriate administrator with knowledge of the subject of the contact can follow up or respond accordingly. So this is just best practice written into, in this particular case, a college in Illinois that I think is a really good policy because it, again, sets the guardrails. Here's another one. Board members have authority only when acting as a board of trustees legally in session. No individual member of the board of trustees shall have the power to act in the name of the board or college. Again, you're just lining that out for trustees and having good policy to me is legacy work. You might all get this and even if it isn't written down, that that's how you're supposed to act. But what about the new people that come on and the people after them? You want to have that policy framework in place for the people that come behind you. But you've got a lot of this. This is your own policy. Represent an excerpt. Represent the public interest, establish policies that define the mission, assure the board operates in an open, accessible, welcoming spirit and maintains a culture that supports Clackamas, commitment to inclusivity, hire and evaluate the president, delegate power and authority to effectively lead the college. So you've got a powerful delegation statement. That's good. Assure fiscal health and stability, and then monitor institutional performance and educate education quality and advocate. So you've got a lot of these elements in your policy already. Here's another one of your policies. The board recognizes that the president and board must function as a team to direct and manage the college. Mutual trust and respect are mandatory. to maintain an atmosphere in which cooperative leadership can be developed. So you can kind of draw on these existing policies for whatever you do next with public comment, talking about cooperation. President is the chief executive officer, responsible for the professional leadership. President is responsible for all aspects of college operations. So a lot of this is already in your policies, and I would just encourage you, and Ryan as a new board member, to get into the habit of saying, what do our policies say about this? Because you might already have answers in work that has been done by boards before this one, that can instruct what it is that you need to do with a particular recommendation. And I think sometimes boards forget that they have a set of a policy framework, and they start to wrangle something and realize that, oh, we already have rules around this. It's in our policy.
I think that helps, especially in a meeting. I think that helps when you call that out, that helps the public also
Yes,
be reminded of
Yeah.
what the board's work is.
right, right.
So you.
Yeah. In this policy, you've got some of the elements of a board job description. But, at some point you might want to amplify that a little bit. I think it's really good for new board members to come on boards and see, oh, I do this, and this. And everything else is the president's. So sometimes just codifying that is important. Okay, I want to talk a minute about fiduciary duties, and a lot of people think the fiduciary piece is just about finances, and it is not. Duty of care. So that's making informed, prudent decisions, being engaged, attending meetings, being informed, strategic, monitoring and focusing on the mission. So that means reading your packet before you get to the board meeting. I'll tell you, I don't know if that's an issue here, but people who are watching the meeting can tell if you've read your packet or not. If you're reading it as the deliberations are going on, people notice that. If people see you on your phone when they're giving public comment, people see that. So it's that kind of engagement with each other and with whatever's, whether it's a presentation by staff or by a faculty member about a program. That is something that, faculty and staff really like to do, is get something in front of the board. They've probably worked on it for hours. And if they see that you're not interested because you're doing something else. And anybody who's been to a legislative committee at the Capitol, you'll know that, they're not listening, they're on their phones. It's really, it's just not a good look. The optics are not good. And, we don't want that to happen in our community college board meetings. Duty of loyalty, avoiding conflicts of interest. Of course, and you have a policy on that. Operating in the interests of the college, the students, and the entire community, not a special interest. Sadly, one of the things that we're seeing that is very disruptive for boards right now is board members that have more allegiance to a political party than they do to the institution. And it's happening on the right and left. It's not just, one side. Northern Idaho College was the poster child for this. They got taken over by some people who didn't really believe in public education, were put on warning and then show cause. Took them 2 years and millions of dollars, and I'm not exaggerating, to get themselves almost back in good standing and to get things calmed down. And you don't want to be there. But just remembering that the reason you're here is to serve this institution and not some other group.
Well, Lane was just telling us too about the warning that they
They
received.
just got, Lane just got the warning this week, putting them on warning for bad behavior by their board. And having observed some of that bad behavior and feeling very grateful that that didn't exist when I was there. But it's to do with allegiance to, in this case, unions by some of the board members, more than to what's in the best interest of the institution. And so now they've got a report and a visit next year. They got to get this sorted out by 2030 at the latest. Anyway, it's just not good for the reputation of the institution.
Where did that admonishment come from?
The Northwest Commission, that you're a creditor, our creditor.
Changed their name.
Yeah, there was complaints were made, the CEO of the commission was actually in a meeting. Present to do a presentation on accreditation and governance when a lot of really bad behavior went on directed towards the president.
Wow.
One of the board chair was substantiated that there were misogynistic, racist and sexist comments made towards the president, who's a Black woman.
Wow.
And the member was censured, but still on the board. So, I mean, it doesn't, it just, talk about setting the tone, it just disrupts the whole flow when a board is divided and they've got interests outside of the interests that they ought to have as an elected official sitting at this table to represent the community and have allegiance to the institution.
Well, the reputation of the institution. I mean, we were recognized this week by Wallaca for being.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which was really nice, but then I saw in Eugene, they took that and I was like, why is this in Eugene? As a way to kind of come after the board and the college.
Right.
They talked about this and said, oh, this doesn't happen here, and
Right.
it's like,
Yeah, and when I opened Inside Higher Ed yesterday morning, as I always do,
Mhm.
first headline, Lane Community College put on warning. It's like,
Right.
oh my God.
It's not good.
Duty of obedience, so that's aligning with the mission, laws, follow state and federal laws. College policies, following your own college policies. It's surprising to me how many boards do not follow the policies that they've set. And then I've added the duty of stewardship, because you are temporary stewards of this institution and, to protect, advocate, support, and legal legacy in terms of leaving it better than you find it. I think
Love
that's,
that one, by the way.
yeah, I think it's really important that you're stewards, of this institution. So just a few things. So covered most of them. Governance of the whole body, respect and civility. Your attention should be more to the external factors of the institution than to the internal. You're the eyes and the ears of the college out in the community. You all have your spheres of influence, your groups of people that you meet with, and you're going to hear stuff. And that stuff that needs to be, when it's important, communicated to the president, because again, as an individual, you can't fix anything. But the president is in a position if somebody has a concern or a problem or a challenge to deploy the right people to figure out what needs to be done there. Focus on strategic planning and leadership. And the simplest way I like to say this is focus on policy making, not administering. So your focus is the what. What should the policies be? What direction are you giving to the president? The how those policies are implemented, how these goals are executed on, that's the administration's job. As soon as you get into the how, you've probably crossed the line from the board role into the president's role. Powerfully delegate in your policy, publicly support the CEO, hold the president accountable through monitoring, and then certainly know the financial status of the college and monitor successes and deficiencies of the college. So I want you to take a look at this. This was put together by a colleague of mine, Dan Phelan, who's been the president of Jackson College in Michigan for 20 odd years now. And he developed this, he called it swim lane. So the trustee swim lane and the president's swim lane. And just take a look at this and see, are you staying in your swim lane? Are you swimming under the rope? And Tim's lane, what are you doing well? Where do you think you could strengthen? And the same for Tim. Do you think Tim is swimming under, into your lane? Oops.
What does the statement? Intentionally never manages up with the board.
Yeah, we've seen some examples of what my colleague Ken, that I referenced earlier, calls imperial presidents. And that is, they think the board is there for them to tell them what to do. And not, you remember I talked about hierarchy in the beginning, not respecting that hierarchy, even although you all need to work as a team. So certainly the president is an advisor to you, a resource, outside board meetings and inside board meetings. But you should never feel that the president is kind of imposing something, you know, telling you what to do as a board, because you are the governors of the institution. Does that help, Joe?
Yes. Tim never does it.
No,
Well, but I think it's worth pointing out, when, you know, we had the budget committee and then the follow-up meeting where you, reinstated the budget reductions. There was a perception I heard from some employees that I'd somehow convinced you to do that. And I said, boy, that, you don't know our board.
Yeah.
And so, but, so it is something I think about, that, you know, as people are watching and managing the rest too, that, I mean, I certainly don't think I do that, but some people perhaps do.
and yeah, I mean, it would be your job to say in that particular situation.
Yeah.
Here are the ramifications of that decision. Here are the implications that you all need to consider.
And I think that's what I did.
Yeah, and I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Mhm.
But not y'all are crazy. You know, like,
I've submitted my resignation.
yeah, right, not that. So again, you know, all of this is fine lines, right? Find that sweet spot is really important. So we don't need to belabor this. I just think this is a really good primer
Yes.
on, in plain language about the role of the board and the role of the president and administration. And I think it's good to take it out once in a while and just take a look at it
Mhm.
and see, are we in our right swim lane? Okay. Just briefly, a word about policy. Most colleges in Oregon and nationally are a modified Carver or policy governance model. It's certainly what OCCA and ACCT suggest is the right way to think about governance. Which means that often these are the very common categories for organizing policies. So outcomes are resource policies, that's the what, and leaving the how up to the administration. Executive limitations policies that define the boundaries or parameters for the president. A good example of that, and I don't know what the number is here, but you probably have a policy that says that the president may not spend more than, I'm making up a number, $100,000 without board approval. That's limiting the authority of the president. So often there are policies like that. Often policies around roles and responsibilities of the board, and so that would be your BB and your BD, right? And then board staff relationship policies that describe the delegation to and accountability of the CEO. So you clearly have some of these policies already. And just to emphasize your parallelizing your policy-making role and the direction you give to the president. And if you as a board believe the college, or as an individual board member believe the college is moving in the wrong direction, the way you sort that is to set policy or give different direction. And if you can get 4 votes to do that, great. If you can't, you have to abide by whatever policies are already in place. So here's another good policy example. Formulation and adoption of written policies and resolutions shall constitute the basic method by which the board exercises leadership. The board shall appoint a president as its chief executive officer with full authority and responsibility for the operation of the college. So governing through policy, when you think about the decisions that you need to make as a board, you should try and look at them through a policy lens. Not a strategy or how you get there lens, but what's the policy lens? Policies are generally broad statements. They don't usually have metrics associated with them. They're broad statements within which the president and staff will work. And to the extent possible, you define and delegate, identify the direction up front and the parameters within which the staff operates. So if you've got, for example, Casey, you mentioned an expressive conduct policy. Part of your job is to make sure that that's actually being complied with by the folks within the institution. It's put in for a reason, I'm sure. And so making sure, so you've identified the direction up front. And so is it being acted on? So policies are your voice, living statements, and they must be used by the board and staff. So in summary, stay on the big picture, the what, delegate clearly and powerfully, resist the temptation to prescribe the how. Tell the CEO which means they're unacceptable through your policy setting, and then monitor for accountability. So that's basically your job. The how these goals get executed on, that's up to Tim to decide. And it doesn't mean that you might not have an idea about the how, as long as you realize that if you share that idea, he might be getting 7 different ideas. And it's his job as your professional educator to sort through all these hows and figure out what is the best thing for the institution. I call it giving a gift. If you've got a how idea, doesn't mean you can't share it, but think about it as a gift. What do we do with gifts? Sometimes we use them, sometimes we put them in the closet, never to be seen again. Sometimes we re-gift them, and sometimes we take them immediately to the thrift store. So if your idea is going to the thrift store, you just need to be detached from that and not be upset about that. Because as I say, he might be getting 7 different gifts on a particular issue from 7 different board members.
I have a question on the tell. Tell the CEO which means are unacceptable through policy. What-
Yeah, so that would be an executive limitation. That example I just gave of you don't get to spend more than $100,000 without board approval.
Okay.
So you've got
It's
some
the policy.
policies around that, or you shall have, making the number up, 10% in your ending fund balance.
So we don't have to make this up.
No, I mean, you've got some of them in place already. So now I want to talk about the policy, the president's role. And what the president needs to be doing. So here's another model policy. President is the official channel to the board for all policy, human resources program, and budget recommendations. Within the framework of policies adopted by the board, the president shall exercise discretionary authority in carrying out responsibilities of the position. So just making sure that everything goes through the president or Katie or whatever board chair, whatever process that you've set up. And I know that for long-term time board members and, often there are relationships, like maybe you have a relationship with David and you might feel like you can just pick up the phone and say to David, could you, get this for me? I would just advise you to have that go through the president's office. Because even although I said at the very beginning, you have no power, there's a perception of power. So if you walk into somebody's office or pick up the phone and call somebody and say, hey, I really would like data on X, and that data isn't readily available, David is probably, oh my God, it's a board member, I probably should, do that. And if you go like the next layer down, even more so. So having that go through the president's office, and a policy that I didn't see that you had, but Katie, you can correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of colleges have a policy that says that if an individual board member asks for information that is not readily available, and I will say that most presidents, if something's available and you ask for it, you're going to get it. But if it's not available and it's going to take David off his goals to go run around and develop this something special report for you as an individual, often a policy says if the president believes that it's going to take people off time and task, then they will suggest to the board member to bring it back to the full board. And if you decide you want it,
We have that policy.
yeah, okay, that's great. I think it's a really important policy because it goes to an individual board member cannot direct.
Yeah.
And important that probably is a reason for that policy, right?
There is a.
Yeah. So, but here's your policy, which I think is pretty good too. General supervision of all programs, personnel and activities, responsible for managing the college. Serve as the chief executive officer, administration delegated to the president. The execution of all decisions made by the board concerning the internal operation of college shall be delegated. So this is a pretty strong policy that you already have in place. So just, oh, that's hard to read. Just some things that I think you can expect. So most of what we're talking about with the president's role is managing and administering all aspects of the operations of the college within the policy framework, which seems simple, but it's a lot. But there's some other things. To respect your role as trustees. Often the president is the only professional educator that works with the board because you've got, you know, other things that you do out in the world or have done out in the world. But that role as a trustee of this institution needs to be respected, whether you're a professional educator or not. Certainly to listen to you, to engage the board in policy level discussions. I think there's a responsibility on administration to not pull you into the weeds. And I know I learned this my first year as a president. I had to cut 10% of the budget, and I wanted it to be our decisions, not Mary's decisions. So I just dragged the board into all kinds of weeds. And I would suggest to you that having a conversation about cutting pay for 2 people that you just had, that is really not at the level the board should be operating. I know it was in the budget and I know it was contentious, but if you're worried, I mean, I know that was hard on that family and there was impact and you want to be empathetic about that, but your job is a slightly higher level than that. And so kind of keeping yourself up, but it's also our job as presidents to kind of
Not drag us there.
not drag you there. And when board members, first year, 2001, when I was doing this work, and board members said, Mary, I thought you wanted us to be a policy board. What are you doing? You know, that was a learning for me. Oh, yeah, right. You're right. I'm dragging you in when I should be helping you through agenda items and through the recommendations that we make to you at the right policy level. I do realize that there are some anomalies around that with the budget.
Yeah.
That get a little crazy. So it's finding that, again, that sweet spot.
Well, it runs into the no surprises for the
Yeah.
board, or, you know, when I know that there's going to be a lot of public comment or feedback, it's like, how do you try to keep the board out of that, but also
Right.
inform and.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that was a similar case to the automotive decision we made the year before. Those were simply cutting classes, which we do often, but knowing that there was going to be a reaction,
Right.
it was like the board needs to be aware. So it is a little nuanced sometimes. Yeah.
I had the exact same situation with a wood shop
Mm.
at Lane, where community people came in and used it, loved it. It was a community. And it just wasn't fiscally sustainable. And, you know, had to make a tough decision. But I'll say this, one of the things I've noticed is that if presidents don't feel supported by their boards, they fail to make the courageous decisions. They just do. Why would you put yourself out there if you're gonna get slapped by your board? And so things keep churning the way they've always churned, even although substantive transformative change needs to be made. So that's kind of your role in support and protection of the president. Make recommendations that include analysis and options. So you should understand kind of the thinking process. Usually it's in your packet, what, you know, we talked about this in March and since then we've done this and for these reasons, and therefore we have this recommendation. And sometimes to give you options, like let's say you're citing a new building on campus and it could go over here or over there. And the president wants to know kind of what do you think? But again, it's a gift because that's probably a highly not one. Publicly support the board. I've talked about supporting the president. It works both ways. With staff and with community members. Of course, the president should adhere to board policy, facilitate your involvement both within the college community, plays, basketball games, whatever, And if necessary, in the community, making sure that you've got ambassadors in, you know, different parts of the community, especially underserved parts of the community. You shouldn't be asked to make decisions without advanced preparation. Very occasionally, there's something that needs to be walked onto a board agenda. It might be a building permit, and there's a timeline or whatever, but 98% of what you are making decisions on should be in your packet so that you can do your homework and meet your fiduciary responsibilities. Provide you all with the same information. So I don't know what your process is here, but a good practice is if one board member asks a question, everybody gets the answer, so nobody's left out. Treated equally, there is a special relationship, of course, between the chair and the president in that year that the chair is in office. It's the first person you call generally. But beyond that, the chair has one vote, just like everybody else. So treating you all equally, respecting your time, staying out of board politics. And by that, I mean, it's your job to decide who your chair is going to be. It's not the president's job to try and, you know, influence that. And then keep the board informed of the financial condition of the college. So just a bit about communication, and then I am going to talk a little more about setting the tone, because I had some slides that I haven't planned on using, but I think it might be helpful given the conversation earlier. And then we're going to do a case study, and we're going to be done by 12:20, which was the time. So communication among and with you should be open, appropriate, even-handed, coming in with a mindset of exploring issues to achieve mutual understanding. President providing you with comprehensive, relevant, timely information, and to the extent that you can, clarifying what information is needed to inform your board decision as soon as you can. And you might not know what you don't know, and that might be hard, but there's nothing more debilitating for an administrative team if they come in with a set of information where they think they're meeting all your needs. And they're asking you to make a decision, and then you say, oh, wait, no, I need this, or I need that, or I need a pause before we make the decision. So really thinking through what you need. Having a protocol for connecting with internal stakeholders, and I'll cover that in a minute. If you have concerns about something that's happening in the institution or something that you heard in the community, sharing that with the president, and usually there's a policy around that obligates you to share. No surprises, works both ways. You know, often the president might use you as a sounding board as an individual. These are lonely jobs, just say that. And often there's stuff you can't share with your team, and there's nobody else. And your wife probably doesn't want to hear it all either. So often it's one of you, like I'm struggling with this. These are things that are going on. And it's great if you can help with that and give good counsel and advice. I would just caution you to make sure that if a president, Tim, comes to you and says, I'm struggling, that doesn't show up in his evaluation. Because it's a different relationship. It's using you to help him work through a process to get to a good solution. And then, of course, mutual respect and support. So this is your board staff communication policy, which I think is pretty good. The basic line of communication will be through the president. So that codifies the fact that if you hear something or somebody approaches you from the college and wants you to chat, that you should let them know that you're going to, by policy, you have to let the president know. Staff communications to the board, all formal communications or reports will be submitted through the president. This procedure will not be construed as denying the right of any employee to address the board about issues. In addition, this procedure does not restrict protected labor relations communications of bargaining unit members. Staff members are invited to board meetings, which provide an opportunity to observe the board's deliberations on matters of concern. Board communications to staff, all official board communications policies and directives of staff interests of concern will be communicated through the president. So this is a pretty best practice policy that I think covers a lot of the things that have gone wrong in other places. Official visits by board members will be carried on only under board authorization and with the full knowledge of staff, including the president and other supervisors. So I would just say, if you have requests for information, whatever your process is, but think about it goes to the CEO or Katie or the chair, however you've got that set up, shouldn't go directly to the vice president. If you communicate with individual employees or groups, let's say you're approached by someone, come out, have a cup of coffee, I want to have a story to tell you, or please don't do this, initiating that kind of conversation, especially if you're looking for dirt, not a good plan. But you should let the person know that, first of all, as an individual board member, you don't have any power to solve it. The person who does is the president. And that whatever they're told, they tell you, you're gonna have to pass on to the president. It's in your policy. And that, to a certain extent, kind of takes you off the hook. Now, if you want to listen, listen. Please listen if you want to listen. But don't leave letting them think that you're going to do something other than tell the president, because you're not in a position to do that. And there's actually case law around this now. College in Texas, in a chancellor transition, 2 board members not authorized by the rest of the board decided they wanted to talk to faculty. Faculty thought promises were made. And when they realized those promises were not going to be fulfilled, they sued the college and the 2 individual board members. Now think about that. The board members would have had to be deposed, show up in court. The college did not have to defend them because they were doing their own thing. They were not authorized by anybody to go have this conversation. So, I mean, this is all public as case law. But what happened was the college did defend them. They settled out of court. And there was a settlement. So it cost, and these 2 board members weren't trying to do anything bad. They had good intent. They just had not been authorized. So protect yourself. Know that if you're off doing, this is a Scottish legal term, off in a frolic of your own, you're not covered. You're not covered if you say something to somebody in the restroom, that you haven't been authorized to say. So just, this is a place where I really want you to protect yourselves as well as the institution. And then communicate on the president's part, communicating with you and letting you know the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think Tim does that so that when you hear something, you've got some context for it. But the other piece here is if you do hear something that you go, my God, that's really happening, I just encourage you to suspend judgment, because there's probably another side to the story. And I learned this when I did student conduct, when I was a vice president, and a student would come in and they tell me this whole story about this faculty member. And I go, oh, how can that happen at Lane? And then I talked to the faculty member and it was not quite the same story. So I had to teach myself to, when I hear something, suspend judgment until I've got all of the facts. Don't jump to a conclusion that, oh, that bad president or that bad vice president or that bad faculty member. Suspend judgment until you've got all of the information. Here's your policy. Oh, here we go. Person speaking during the designated portion of the agenda for public may offer objective criticism of college operations and programs. The board will not hear comments regarding the individual. It's in your policy, so you can invoke. Our policy says this, and so we will not tolerate behavior that doesn't comport with this. And then what Casey was saying, public complaints for consideration of a legitimate complaint involving a college staff member. And then there's a process for commendations as well. So maybe you can build this out a little bit, but you've got the bones there of that. So what does it look like on the ground? Clearer you can be in your policies, the better. Working on and nurturing a trusting relationship among the board and with the CEO. Vigorous debate, but once the vote is taken, speak with one voice. Now, there are some trustees that have a problem with this because they think, well, I'm an elected official. My allegiance should be to the community. Actually, once you're on the board, your allegiance should be as a representative of the community to this college. And, you know, you might get approached if you make a controversial decision, which you're probably gonna have to do, where somebody comes to you and say, I thought you were on my side on this vote, what happened? And I think it's okay to say something like, you know, I made my best case when we were deliberating, my colleagues didn't agree, and now that that decision is made, I'm gonna support it. You know, you can acknowledge that you might have had a different opinion and that you were in a dissenting position, but once the decision is made, you're gonna support your colleagues and speak for those. When board members don't do that, when they say, yeah, those ridiculous people came up with a different decision, that you're not the team anymore, and it starts to break down the collaboration. I want to just say something that this is Carol Del Carlo. She's the president of the ACCT board this year, and her theme this year is boards paying attention to the well-being of the president. Now, clearly, the president has a responsibility to take care of himself or herself or themselves. But what is it that the board can do to make sure that the president is feeling cared for and supported in the work? Because often I've seen when things start to go wrong is that boards do things that in and of themselves are not a big deal, but it's just another burr under the saddle, another burr under the saddle, another, you know, until it's the point where I just can't handle this anymore. And it could be things like taking way too long to negotiate an extension of a contract, for example. I've worked with 2 colleges recently where the board took 8 months to negotiate the contract. And the president saw it as not as a vote of no confidence exactly, but as a, you know, if they can't get this done for their only employee, and he's gone. So they're gonna spend, you know, $60,000 doing a search for a new president when they had a perfectly good one, you know, that was doing really good work, and they all said that. So there are things like that, just keep that in mind. I know that, I don't know if any of you are going to Chicago in October, but this is the theme of the conference, is the well-being of the president. Let me very quickly, let me find this. Here. So this is really about setting the tone. Governance drives culture, whether it's intentional or not. So you don't manage daily operations, but you signal what matters by what you prioritize. So whatever you prioritize is what leadership is going to prioritize. So you want to make sure that you're prioritizing the right things. Culture is shaped as much by what boards reward and question as by formal strategy. So you do have a role in what happens within the institution. The board focuses on compliance. Institution is going to become compliance driven. If the board emphasizes learning and impact, the institution becomes more adaptive. So you really influence leadership behavior. Presidents and senior teams respond to what you ask about regularly, what you reward or challenge, and what you tolerate. So there's this trickle down effect. Yes, Tim.
Well, I was just saying, the example I would give, and I think you all know this, I hope you know this, you've received commendations from Northwest Commission for your work around diversity, equity, inclusion, and your work around student success. And so that, I think that's prime examples of what you focused on and what people see.
Yeah.
And so it's, you know, and as we move forward, you know, really looking at learning and impact and some things that we're doing there, as you focus on that, I think we'll make a difference too.
Just avoiding asking questions in an accusatory way is important. Why? Because it shuts down honest dialogue. if it's accusatory, you did something wrong, you need to, the person, whether it's Tim or somebody else, feels like they need to defend themselves. Leadership becomes guarded, not courageous. Information gets filtered, and problems are often softened and hidden instead of exposed and transparent. And that kind of, I'm pretty sure this doesn't happen here, but those kinds of accusatory questions get less truth and not more accountability, and it creates a culture of fear for staff. And, you know, I heard Casey say, not you per se, but that space where people are giving public comment is creating a bit of a culture of fear, or fear for safety, psychological and physical. And so this is a place where the board can do something. You're setting the emotional tone. If questioning feels like interrogation, leaders avoid risk, they avoid raising issues early, and innovation slows down. Just continued, when leaders feel attacked, they shift from learning mode to protection mode. And I think we all want to be learning organizations, growing and developing and getting better. So instead of exploring root causes and identifying better solutions, people focus on justifying decisions and managing perception. The conversation becomes about being right and not getting it right. It also undermines the trust between board and leadership. Accusatory tones erodes all three. And this is true not just of the board, it's true of the people who come to talk to the board. Leadership withholds information, boards assume the worst, relationship becomes transactional. In healthy organizations, issues surface early, small problems are addressed quickly. In accusatory environments, issues are delayed or hidden, problems grow larger before reaching the board, and you end up dealing with crises instead of course corrections. And it also conflicts with the board's strategic role. Trustees are not investigators, they are strategic partners, system stewards, and thought partners. And occasionally you'll get a board member who comes onto the board and may not understand the governance role, and they come in with a specific agenda, like it's my job to monitor what the president's doing. And it's not, it's your collective job to monitor what the president's doing. So instead of, why didn't this work? Who approved this? Why wasn't this handled earlier? Try, what were the assumptions going in? What are we learning from this? What barriers are getting in the way? What support do you need from the board? You can get the same information in a better fashion asking those kinds of questions than you can the ones on top. Bottom line, the tone of your questions determines the quality of your answers. If you want transparency, innovation, early problem solving, you got to create the conditions where leaders feel safe to tell the truth, admit uncertainty, and learn out loud. So again, another part of your setting the tone. And I just wanted to share this. This is a college who put together board commitments for a solid partnership with the president around clear roles and boundaries, maintaining open and regular communication, constructive feedback, advocacy and support, demonstrating trust and confidence, committing to professional development, and then the president's commitments to the board. Open communication, respecting your role, seeking value input, strategic leadership, being accountable, and engaging in professionalism and trust building. So this is, you know, a board who sat down and really thought through, how do we want to be with each other? How do we want to show up for each other? Just an example. Okay, I'm going to move in the last 10 minutes to some case studies. And what I'm going to, I think I've got enough for everybody. There are two case studies that we're going to, so this is the application part. You know, you can take the girl out of the faculty, but you can't take the faculty. So I think what we'll do is just divide you in half and maybe have, you know, this side of the table take case study 1, and the other side of the table take case study 2. They're really short. So just take about 7 minutes. The questions are there. What are the governance issues? What would you do in this situation? And then have a short conversation with each other. Yeah, so Jane, if you come this way,
This way?
Yeah, and then, or you can go over there, and then we'll have a very fast speed dating report out of things we'll enjoy.
I don't know, I was looking, I'm like,
Yeah.
David can take my
Yeah,
place.
David
Yeah.
can, wait a minute, right.
What?
Yeah, but there are four of you.
Jane,
working
wait,
together.
Oh,
Okay,
There you go.
okay.
Yeah.
It seemed appropriate to attend. As an individual.
Then,
To be seen as an endorsement. Just by being,
we pick off.
and it hasn't been vetted in any fashion. Through the organization.
Yeah. I respond from back then, it's very fun. What would you tell? I'm sorry. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't know, right?
one of the factors of board governance to be considered.
Individual. Operation. If they want to bring you to the board.
They could bring in part of their public comments, so the first time I talk
We have
about
control.
their time during the morning.
Stepping into,
Yes.
right, on their own.
Right.
Potentially, we might even pretty early, right, or opposite. Issue.
That is a bargaining matter to make sure on the road, the outside of the bargaining.
Where they would ride.
Because even bringing it to me, it's a work. It's not for.
Rest those as a group.
And.
Yeah. And really, it's not something we not expect to be down inside of your own.
I think to me, I don't know, you may perceive.
Not only the optics bad, but
Just
a lot of unfortunate things.
Social
that
fact,
happen.
yeah, there's somebody in a different meeting.
And probably
And this
good too,
so I know they're thinking about how that's been plans.
So obviously there's their engagement going on.
Their perspective.
So how is that,
Think about.
and you should not be doing that engagement in the first place.
My region, from my zone.
Like not needed, but.
Employees and things like that.
There were some cases of the people where some employees were trying to get, like, those individual boards to respond to the.
Yeah, Katie would know the detail, but I think she redirected them.
You know, stay in trouble, get myself in trouble.
In that sense, I agree with you.
During the break,
This
I
would be-
thought that vehicle company.
Yeah,
was
so-
like,
so-
all that verbiage on
We'll
the
get it
front.
back.
I'm really, oh.
But, you know, your job is to listen, so you can ask Karen's questions that would maybe be telling like, oh. You have
Did
your
not want to-
opportunity opportunity.
Yes, get caught up in that, yeah.
Avoided not partially because I was in the college.
You know, have you approached the president? Because they said,
Considerations are, they are trying to push you into.
just those sorts of things where, you know, you'd be in a position of saying,
Well.
no, come here, but you could follow up. Can I ask you?
Looking for an advocate.
Without putting yourself to, you know, one side or the other.
Well, in the policy.
And I guess there's dangers to that, especially if you.
What if they come back?
Right,
You know,
right.
Well, I think this particular person too, being in that former role. I think
that would.
It feels a little
Someone was saying
more accessible in the sense that when you have no, but now you have a prior, maybe current relationship with them.
kind of makes it.
We all have the opportunity to get more to hear, public. Yeah, public. Everything.
That's the nuance here.
Oh,
One area.
Yeah.
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 You're having, put some barriers up.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, my role has changed. right?
Yeah.
You ever had anyone in the.
While I came over here. I didn't really important, I only took. I don't. But yeah, whatever you tell me, I'm sharing some. With that, with the president.
Yeah, I think that's probably important to get out
That's my.
right away,
That's my response.
right.
Wanting to.
I'm happy to have a conversation, I guess, it's real.
I think I might have.
So I would not accept the invitation.
Yeah, right.
And
But I would
Yeah,
also
yeah, you
want
could
to,
go to that,
in that,
um,
not
that-
accepting, relay respect for them.
you
And
haven't actually,
I don't know that I would be able to,
Jim and I,
um,
area, basically.
I don't know that it is important for me to hear directly from the faculty as well as a part of my trust.
You may get more requests just because you
That's
represent
the last sentence.
Oregon
there.
City,
Directly.
the local cow. around here.
I live in. This.
I thought about it that way, but you wouldn't know.
It's
Yes.
possible there, everybody.
And so they, yeah, they offer.
Operator, and that way your home will have.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Would you all take a quick look at two? I think my directions are not clear.
Yeah, we're doing two.
Oh, you are doing two?
Oh, we're doing two? I thought we were doing.
Oh, I was hearing it too.
Two.
Okay.
Oh, you're.
I wasn't completely.
Yes.
We were just making.
I thought that both were there too.
Which one are we supposed to do? Oops. Alright.
What invitation? Invited you.
I mean, I said faculty, I mean, it says college employee, I just named faculty, but the other one says faculty.
Yeah.
Okay, with the.
Interestingly, the things that we said. Actually apply.
Which is basically that meeting, right?
Oh, my goodness. You had
Lots of, like, I'm gonna event, or near the other.
Happy to do that. Typically looking for our kind of elections, right? City, county, not so much like service districts. Doesn't seem to be.
All right, we're gonna, I'm getting into your reflection time now, so I'm gonna, call it, and I just ask you to. Case study one, factors of governance, how do you respond? Do you accept? What are the considerations? Who'd like to report out?
Well, Joe wanted to go, but the rest of us.
We're not supposed to use names.
Right.
No, we didn't accept the invitation.
Okay,
So the factors of the board governance to be considered in this case study, it's, we have policies that everything should go through.
Yep.
The president. And we would just tell them on the phone, we cannot accept. And our considerations are that we will be breaking from.
We are an individual, rather than operate as a team.
that's right, yeah. So, here it is.
Seven.
Issues, faculty aren't going through the proper channels because your policy says both ways goes through the president. Faculty are circumventing the president. You may be perceived as making promises, just talked about that, and it puts you at risk and gives you possible legal liability. So those are some of the issues to consider. And if it's important enough for one board member, then it's important enough for all board members if it's, in conversations when you're setting agenda, if the president believes that it's something that needs to come to the whole board. You don't want to get yourself kind of picked off because you act as a team. What about 2, internal complaints? I love this group because two of them were discussing case study 1 and 2 of them were discussing case study 2.
Yeah, same.
But it same conclusion, so, you're a former college employee prior to being appointed to the board, and you hear complaints from employees. What are the factors of governance? What steps would you take with your board colleagues and the president?
I think our comments were very similar in the sense that we would say, you know, well, first of all, you know, I can't act alone.
Right.
So, you know, this is not the place to, if you want some action to happen as part of this, I'm not that avenue
Mhm.
for that, right?
Mhm.
You know, there are avenues in the institution for that to happen. I would encourage you to follow those, right? And if that were to rise up to the board, then you would see us take that up as a group,
Mhm.
right? But only as a group and not as an individual, right? So it's, and we talked about, you know, the obvious is that, yeah, you really want to steer away from that, the fact that you know, would own something out of this conversation, like
yeah.
you were going to go do something,
Right,
right?
Yeah.
You know?
it's good.
Isn't that bad?
You talked about the.
Even though you guys read one.
You talked about that share, to be invited to share a public comment, that would be the way for the board to hear the whole thing and potentially talk to the president about it or whatever, so that's what happening.
Yeah, so this person, this board member who hears these things are no longer an employee, they're now a trustee, so their role is different and they have a different responsibility. They have a fiduciary responsibility, they must follow internal procedures for complaints, you know, if there's ever litigation about anything, they're gonna look at how you followed your internal policies and procedures. And if you did or didn't, and if you didn't, that's not gonna help you in any kind of litigation. So, yeah, legal and liability risks if you don't follow your processes, no individual power to fix complaints, and let people know you'll share with the president or president's designee. All right, I think there's some reflection time as noted on your agenda.
I think, so we're gonna break for lunch here in just a minute, but what I hope you would think about while we're doing that, you can write this down in your journal or just think about it. When we think about, board meetings from this last year, what we do well, where can we make some improvements? And then, as we think about gaps in our policies, are there unclear or missing, policies, roles that we need to add or clarify? So really just an assessment of our board meetings and how we can improve those or what went well, and then thinking ahead about what policies we need to encounter. So you can think about that for a few minutes now. We've got about total of about 35 minutes, 40 minutes for lunch. Our lunch is here. We have tables out in the lobby. It's fairly nice outside. It's I don't see the sun, but I think it's warmer. We can go outside and do that as well. And then we'll actually come back at 1 o'clock and have an opportunity to debrief a little bit about all of this. So
And if you have any questions, I'm gonna be around, so.
yeah, great.
happy to
Thank you.
respond.
Katie, any information on lunch?
Yeah, I'm gonna pause the live streaming and the recording, and then your names are on your lunch boxes. There are drinks. There's a few more drinks in the refrigerator in there. If there's something, someone took the one Sprite in there that you wanted, there might be an extra Sprite in the refrigerator. Let me know. And then there's other little goodie treats and stuff. So yeah, have a great lunch.
Thank you.
It just goes, yep. That's good, yeah. Either one, good. Yeah.
See where Robin is.
No, you walk that direction,
Okay, he
but
might be walking a little bit.
he was walking by himself. He does it.
He likes to
He
walk.
loves it.
We have a little bit of time, about 25 minutes or so, just to kind of do some reflections. The prompts were really about, you know, this last year in our board meetings, what we did well, what we can improve on, and then thinking about gaps in our rules and policies and what we need to add or clarify. So I guess I'll just open it up and let you guys kind of reflect. And it could be, we had a good conversation, I think, with Mary as she went through all that, but if there's additional, based on what, you know, we were talking about with that too, we just got about 25 minutes or so just to reflect on this morning's discussions.
Well, I think we probably should go back and take a good look at what our policies are with regards, particularly the board meetings, right? And if there's some things we need to do to strengthen the ability for us to have other tools, let's say, in place, right? We should be able to do that. It's just, that environment's not gonna go away. I think it's gonna become more challenging, and the better that we have tools to operate inside of that, I think it'll be helpful.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so we
We asked questions like, I don't, because I was gonna, we talked about whether or not you could even move from the regular board meeting that we were in into a room and go, you know, virtual only. I don't know if you can do that under public meeting law. You have to check to see if you can do that. Otherwise, you have to just go and then we could schedule, but anyway, we should check into all those.
yeah,
all
we
those kind of
could
tools
switch to a virtual meeting
Yeah.
and other things.
Yeah, if we had to.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can, Katie and I can work on pulling some of those together and maybe start with the executive board, or, you know, figure out how you wanna look at some of that, but. What are some other reflections? Thoughts?
I just think generally, if there are situations that occur with board members that feel unsafe, that all board members are just notified that there is a situation. Because that was the first time I heard about what had happened to you, so I think just so that we can be more diligent about that, but I mean. If that's gonna be potentially the. Not that we want to expect those things to happen, but that would have totally blindsided me, so, and I think, you know, just thinking about that. And like Irene's question about parking lots and things like, yeah, it's getting dark, and, yeah, just probably should just be thinking about that.
Yeah, it's another area where we haven't really, you know, had to do much work on that. We, you know, we're pretty open space and, you know, welcoming space, but even thinking about the hallways and, you know, we've got the conference room there, but thinking about other spaces and, you know, what we have available to us. No, because I hadn't thought about that either, and so that was really helpful.
I mean, I was in a school shooting at a university, and so I was a part of. I was in staff and they called them building emergency coordinators, and so I had a role that I had to play when we got those notifications to make sure students and staff were safe. It does make me kind of wonder what like, as a board member, I have no clue how the university responds to like some sort of threat, or like where you go or what you do doors lock, do they not lock? Do we get a text, do we not? So I think that just kind of that was like kind of what went off in my head when you had said that, shared that story. I'm like, I have no idea where to go or what we do or how the campus just generally responds. And I, as a board member, I don't necessarily. I do care, but I don't need to get into the weeds as a board member. It's more of like, if I'm on campus or if the board's meeting, like, I want to know what we're supposed to do. Or where we go or whatever. So that was another thing that I just don't know about, so.
Mhm.
Yeah, good point.
So were you threatened? Just
Um,
uncomfortable?
it was definitely uncomfortable, for sure. Right? So,
Yeah, it's a different time.
More than once?
was that,
More than once, you wanted to know.
no, it's just that one incident.
Yeah, once enough.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I made it very clear to the person, right, that I didn't appreciate it, right? And that if he persisted, I'd file a complaint. And if I had to, I'd file a police report as well.
Really?
Yeah, so I told him. I said,
So
knock
was
it
there,
off, you get, and he persisted, I said, look, I'm just walking away, but don't follow.
Yeah, I think I shared with some of
Because otherwise I will do something, and you won't like it.
yeah. I believe I shared with some of you, not this past graduation, but the year before. At the end, you know, I'm walking around taking pictures with students and graduates and everything, and I got accosted by one of the automotive people that was pretty unhappy and would not leave, was kind of right in front of me, and some staff kind of came in between me and that person and still wouldn't leave, and then wouldn't leave when security came and asked them to leave, so we actually had to have police come, and it was a little troubling, you know, because I'm used to, again, wandering around and having these open spaces. Adrian Bidding as a PCC was not allowed to go to commencement because there were some death threats against her in that whole budget reduction process, so that she was advised not to even be there at commencement. So it's a different, we have to think differently about some of these things now, so.
it's a shame.
Yeah.
What we try to do at nighttime when we leave, the three ladies, if we're going on the same parking lot, we try to walk together.
Yeah.
Part of the training, self-defense, and
I'd already made a note actually to talk to security and make sure that we have some of those things in place, because, yeah, thank you for sharing that.
I just flash a firearm, move on.
Well, you're on campus.
Just kidding.
You're not supposed to have one on
That
campus.
is that is against policy, for the record. Yeah.
for the record.
Yeah.
On another note, in looking back at that last year, I have enjoyed the new board members. It's been really good to have you, Ryan. You've come in with a whole lot of information and an approach, and the same with Elena, she has too. And I just, you know, it's just been nice.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, it has been. Other feedback on anything we've done well in the board meetings or things we can improve on? I felt like the discussion was pretty good about some of those pieces earlier, but.
I've appreciated the whole, it's been about a year, and I've really appreciated. The support and help kind of getting up to speed from all of you in this room. And also kind of the way the board has worked together to have conversation, question, propose new ideas, and I've really appreciated that camaraderie. In the meetings in particular, I really enjoy when there's a special guest or something that we get to hear from somebody in the institution, students directly, and some of the exciting things that they're working on. So I look forward to that. I mean, the other stuff's really important too, good, but hearing direct, like, it's always for me the reminder, like, this is why we do
Yes.
this. This is the part that I really love and get passionate about. So I really appreciated the people you've invited or into the meetings. So.
Yeah, if you ever have thoughts or, ideas about who you'd like to see, because typically the way it works is, Katie and I have a conversation or somebody else says, oh, we should probably highlight, or I think, oh, we should probably highlight this specific program. We haven't done that in a while, or they've done something unique. But if there's an area of the college you're like, oh, I want to know more about that, or I want to see that, let us know, because we scheduled those out way, several months ahead. But but you know, we can try to fit in some different things too. I know those are my favorite.
Yeah.
One of your early questions that we weren't sharing is, what motivates us?
Mm.
And, yeah, I'm always inspired by the kind of the life stories and the success stories, how the students' lives has changed and changed the lives of their families, you know, their careers, and those things are really motivating to me. I love hearing the story. What we do, what we did well, you know, we had the recent budget committee meetings, obviously, are an anomaly, right? We haven't had those things happen. But I thought it was handled well I was a little concerned about doing the whole lottery thing. And seeing how that would go over, but I thought it was handled very well, right? Nobody really protested at all. Everybody felt they had their say, it seemed to me, maybe a little more than their say, some of those folks. More the audience members than the speakers themselves. But I thought that was handled quite well. I was surprised by that, and pleasantly surprised by that. And that I credit, Katie, primarily the resource for all that, and it went smoothly. It was handled well.
Well, I don't know if this is the right time or the right space, but I just want to say that personally, I wish I would have had the courage to stand up to what I thought I should have voted. When we had so much feedback from the community, I have to say I was swayed. Again, because it's new, but it's also not an excuse for me not to have stood with what I felt like was a big, gut message, and I was kind of went along, and I shouldn't have, and I just want to apologize, because that might have caused, I know it did cause a lot of, angst with everybody who was in the room from the college. Obviously, the public was happy, and that we kind of stand in between two fires. Like, we have our leadership role with the governance policies we have to follow, and then we also are accountable to the community, because that is the other role. And I just want to say on behalf of myself, I apologize for not having stood with my gut.
You were not alone.
Yeah.
We're not alone.
I think you have to apologize for that. Was also very experience was awful. I think we did well by coming out of that when no one getting slapped all over the place. We didn't have that. I think we came out feeling like we had done the right thing and would wait and took the strength to speak for us all. I don't think there was anybody in the room that says no. And yes, we maybe should have done it a little sooner. But my inclination was to try to hear from the community, try to hear them speak. And when they got a little bit louder, I was watching you, Casey, for fact. And if I did it up there, they would go, "Oh, she's waving us off." You know. But I think that we need to understand that what we do is not necessarily all the time what we think is the wrong thing, but we're thinking from our gut, that's the way we feel. And I felt that we shouldn't have, and that's the way I voted. But needless to say, we got what we wanted. But now it helps us to learn better, to learn more. That's where I think that we really gain from the whole experience. Because otherwise we wouldn't have gone over this at all. Just been going foot loose and fancy free, and all of a sudden we get hit again. I appreciate all the work that was done last year from everybody. And I think the reason why we do it is because we like helping the students, the community. And the things that we learn that we don't know, we have the ability to learn. And that's what I'm getting from this whole team. You know, Ryan came in as the newest person on the block until Eileen came. And he just picked it up. Well, I guess he didn't have to pick it up. It was already there. And we learned a lot from you. And you being the new kid on the block. I appreciate that. That's my whole spiel for the day.
I had experiences on city council for like 10 years. And almost invariably, when we made a decision in kind of the heat of the moment, when you're reacting to the crowd, or you're learning something for the first time from somebody in the audience, and you act on it out of either impulse or empathy, almost always come to regret it, because we don't have the full, often we don't have the full story, we don't have real facts. There's often misinformation out there that's come to us in that moment, and not proper time to vet it all. And I almost regretted it every single time, and it's happened to us now, right, as well. And just got to keep that in mind when those things happen. And maybe say, everybody could understand it. We'd like a little more time to think about this, right? To ponder this thing, rather than act upon it right in this moment.
That's what we need to build in. And
We're
that's
gonna
what we're
get to
gonna be
that
talking about
5
later.
minutes.
Okay, all right.
Maybe sooner.
Okay.
Anyone else you have to share?
Well, what were your thoughts about the board this year?
I thought it was courageous, actually, when you came back. And, and after some thought, and you came back and changed your decision based on what happened before that. Frankly, I wasn't expecting it.
Mhm.
And, I was like, okay, well, this is what we'll get to do it. So I know it wasn't popular, but I felt it was the right thing to do. And I thought you handled that really well. I continue to be just thankful for the way that you all collaborate with each other and how you put students first. I've said this, I think, to all of you. If I haven't, I'll say it today. This is a lonely, hard job. I wouldn't be doing it if not for you all and the support that you have for me and your love for the college. So talking to my colleagues, I always feel very fortunate for you all. And I am trying to think of the word. The thoughtful conversation we've had today about how do we continue to improve, how do we continue to wade into this and into the challenges and really come together makes me feel energized. So those types of things I think are really helpful. So yeah, I'm a very sort of intuitive, thoughtful kind of person. So sometimes I take too far of a step back and kind of watch, but watching how you all kind of manage the process this year and just really try to be responsive to some challenging situations and work through that. And then thank you for what you just said, because I think, like anything, there are times where like, oh, I would have done it differently, or maybe this didn't go well, but the ability to be courageous and think about it and make changes is really a credit to you all. Yeah, we can improve. We can always improve. Any other?
No, I just want to add to that notion, right? I mean, so it was a really good exercise in realizing that we don't always get it right? But then we had enough courage as a group to fix it, in my opinion, which was really, I think, admirable on all of our part to do, right? And that just shows you the strength of how important it is to be a team. I think those were clear examples of it, right? And the power in that team, when that team being us wants to decide to do something, we can be a pretty powerful group together, and it's really amazing. So thank you all for that.
One consideration, and I don't want us to go down this rabbit hole or solve this problem today, but is how we can get more student voice in board meetings. There was some proposed legislation this last year to require a non-voting student member on the board. And I know places like Lane, PCC, others have a student member on their board, up on the dais. And we've been encouraged by OCCA to really think about how we can include students more, because there definitely is an interest in some legislators and others. And I think it's a good idea to think about that. And so I've thought about that a number of times, and we can talk further about what that might look like. But in my mind, there's, you know, there's a lot of really positive reasons to do that. Obviously, we want to hear from students. We want to hear that voice. But I think they can say things and clarify things that we can't, and faculty and staff can't. And so having them more as a partner with you all is something that we should really give some thought to.
If I may,
Mhm.
board meetings can be a clear demonstration of like power and control, like it's can feel very intimidating. And so hearing from students or people who don't necessarily like, I have to go to a board meeting and like go on public record to make a statement, like figuring out, meeting people where they already are gathering to hear their voice, such as like a club that exists on the campus, and not expecting the club to come to your board meeting, but like, how does the executive team, and we're not solving it for today, but just getting it in your mind when you do make these decisions, how do you get in front of sending a delegate to a club or to a night class that might be meeting when you're having the board, that might meet when you have board meetings or something? Like, what are the ways in which we hear the voices of, when I think about a community college, the voice of the 16 to the 75-year-old, and the different ways that the community college plays a role when you get ready to make that decision. Really thinking about like, where can you hear from them, where you take maybe take away some of the intimidation and or power. It won't be eliminated, but figuring out how to hear from students that way, because I think they have obviously that's such a powerful voice to help you understand how, like, why you make the decisions you make, even when they're difficult, like saying I'm going like a position elimination or a reduction of a position. It's like it impacts that person individually, but on the whole scale, we're making decisions about keeping this institution fiduciarily like intact. So it's not easy. You all have a big job, but when you make those decisions, figuring out that piece of it.
Could be invaluable to hear their opinions. And certainly a growth mechanism for whoever the student representative is also.
Yeah, it's a leadership opportunity for some too. So anyway, I just if I had any reflection, you know, there have been times in those meetings I'm like, oh, there's no students here. It'd be nice to hear some of that.
Sounds like a wise move.
We had, well, the legislative day, we had, a number of us were there and had
Yeah.
a significant amount of time with the students, but I would say one of the most powerful times, at least for me, was sort of the informal conversation that happened around the big table at lunch.
Yeah.
Questions that they had asked us, but then.
You heard their life-changing stories, there's several of them. Right?
Yeah, and they're kind of, so I think any opportunity where there's a way to bring a student or students in closer proximity, I think. It helps them understand our role. I mean, most of them, you're volunteer, like that was, somebody had made that statement, they didn't even know that we were all volunteering, like, so, I mean, it's sort of. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in that, and I would be supportive of that, because I remember that day and that one particular meeting.
Yeah, what a great opportunity, for those students and for you to hear from them.
The other commendation I was gonna give for you all is, number one, that you all care. It's really nice to work at an organization where you know that the board cares, and that showed up a lot in the board space. The other thing I thought of was, it's great when you all show up at events, like the nursing poster event or Indigenous Peoples Day, or just different events that are connected to the college. I think that's a great way to get to hear and see the public in a different kind of way, or community in a different kind of way, not just in the board.
For sure.
And it's great when you do it.
For sure. All right. Any comments from you, Mary, after?
I think so.
Katie, David?
I popped in at the, on Saturday, last Saturday, for the first time, kind of on my way past. It's coming from Milano Airport, actually. I stopped in on Saturday and saw that. I was just telling Tim a little about it, on for the farmer's market. And very impressed, right? Very big part of that community, right, is that farmer's market. It's a great thing to do for the community. And it, I don't know, puts us in a favorable light, and it was just families, and it was great to see. And it seemed like a good time, right? And we were very much a part of the community with that farmer market. And I saw and I've seen it before, the motorcycle training still goes on there on Saturday. I've seen it several times. It's been going on for years, right? The motorcycle training. And there's room for all of it, right? To be accommodated on the campus, so.
Yeah, Saturdays are hopping on campus.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be that, there's often a play. There, might be an athletic event, there are times it's hard to park on a Saturday, it's interesting.
Dog training down.
Dogs, yeah, people are training dogs, yeah.
Down.
I don't have anything new to add except appreciation for the board's ability to reflect and think about doing things differently, doing things better. And I like the idea of students. Our student reps used to be on the dais as with the other representatives, now they're not. But if there's a way to highlight them, and I like the idea of arranging for more informal contacts with students where you'll get maybe a little bit more of their authentic selves. I think that sounds like a good move. Yeah.
Well, let's talk budget and budget process. I believe in your packets, you have a kind of a purpose and an objective and some priorities that I'm going to go over. There is the corresponding PowerPoint that I don't know that I'm going to get into. I think I can just talk through some of these pieces. And then did they have the budget calendar, proposed budget calendar in there too? So then I want to definitely, this is just to get you primed. There's a number of things in red and other things that are proposed on this budget calendar that I really want to get your advice on as we think about a more comprehensive process. And before I jump in, I'll just remind you all of what Mary, I think, led us off with. Regardless of how thorough and transparent and all the things that you do, there's no budget process that will make everyone happy. When we're making reductions, when we're really impacting that, there is just as when Christy, Dean, Christy talks about this all the time because she's worked with the city Portland forever. And she's like, yeah, regardless of what budget process, somebody's not happy. So I do want to remind people there. That said, I think there are lessons learned from this last year where we can, be thinking about different opportunities for listening, for engagement, and the rest. So what we've proposed a few things actually that going into this next year that we would like you to consider. So, purpose statement, we want to enhance our process by increasing transparency, accountability, meaningful engagement with our employees, students, community, and the budget committee. The goal is ensuring budget decisions include time for community voices in a public process. Our objectives to build trust and confidence, to intentionally strengthen opportunities for collaboration, to improve transparency and accountability, and to gather informed community input before major decisions are made. So here's some thoughts we have for you to consider. We're talking about 3 community listening sessions, January through March, before decisions are made. So without getting too much in the calendar yet, October in the fall, we're essentially getting our initial information from the state. We're waiting for the governor's budget that comes out in December, and we're starting to make initial decisions about what we think will happen. January through March is really prime time for us to develop the budget and look at any reductions that we need to be made or decisions that we're making around that. That's when a lot of the work happens before it comes to you primarily in April and May. So the thought was that if we created these what we're calling listening sessions or it would be internal and external community stakeholders, where we could come in each of our 3 campuses, come and make a brief presentation about where we're at with the process and what sorts of things we're thinking about, and then just gather feedback writ large. That would be really an improvement. Again, probably wouldn't satisfy everyone, but giving people a chance early on, you heard that, we heard that people didn't feel like they had a chance earlier in the process to really weigh in. I would differ on some of the rationale. I still think we had a pretty thorough, intensive process, but this would be something added on to that. So what we would hope, if you're interested in these, that one or two of you would show up at these different listening sessions or more, and be able to hear the feedback too that we would receive on those pieces there. Another piece that we're looking at is a website input, QR code online link. Early on that we would develop that anybody can submit feedback through the year. We've set up things like this in the past, opportunities on a website to ask questions and put things on there, but we want to, again, make this even more visible and have, postcards or information everywhere we can. If you've got, questions, comments about the process, is to really be able to submit that feedback. And then that would be all, of course, shared with you all and with the budget committee members too, and early on. And so when we get it, so that you have that information. We would continue to use our finance council in the fall, and our finance council is part of our shared governance process. And so they are, reviewing policies around our finances. We typically, Jeff's not here, but we typically utilize them about, broader questions around things like tuition, fees, and then some other larger policy decisions about, or we asked some questions this last year. Should we focus more on, new revenue? Should we focus more on reductions? Should we have a mix? The larger types of policy questions that we do there. And so they are the primary internal group that is weighing in on these pieces.
Remind us who it consists of. Finance council.
Boy, off the top of my head, I'm not gonna. I don't think I have it, but it's a mix of faculty and staff and administrators. It's not, we intentionally, when we set up this new shared governance process, it was really around people's backgrounds and interests. And so we tried to move away from having what we've called the Noah's Ark way of building committee, where you've got representatives from, each different employee group. But it does end up being a mix of folks across the college that have an interest. So we have some faculty on there that are economists or math that are, that have an interest in there. We have, other faculty and staff that have been here for a while, just have an interest in that work. And so they're one of the 5 councils that we have that reports up into the oversight group. So they're weighing into that, but their feedback comes back to oversight, which all the executive team is on, as are the chairs of all the councils. So they're hearing that work. And that works there. So that will continue. We continue to look for ways beyond that in our shared governance process to get feedback. And then all throughout this, we've done this every year. We have typically once a month, I'm sending out budget updates on where we're at least once a quarter. Certainly in the winter, we're doing this probably twice a quarter, where we're having open facilitated meetings where we give budget presentations, and any employee can come. We do those in a mix of either online or in-person opportunities for people to come and learn and ask questions about the budget. This last year I started, and I'll continue to do it this next year. What do we call those, Katie's? Just open hours with the president.
Yep.
Where I'm just available and people would come and conversations with the president, where I would go and talk about, sort of give an update about where we're at with anything going on at the college, but budget almost always came up. And then people had an opportunity there to ask questions and give feedback and do that. So we'll continue to do those pieces as well. When we talk about the specific budget committee, and I know, we've all talked about this, how do we set this up so it's not just, we have the initial presentation, then a week later we come and get public feedback, and then there's a vote. And so we're looking at creating an additional meeting there during that time. So we have 3 budget committee meetings. So we would still do the first one. We would do the budget presentation and all the background materials. Second one, we would do public feedback. public comment period and let them come and do that. And then we break for another week and come back, where any other follow-ups that you had, the budget committee has, we'd answer those questions before you had a chance to vote. So it would essentially extend that piece for one time. One more thing and I'll
No, I'm not-
let answer questions. And so, what was I gonna say? Oh, and we would, throughout this process, and we did this last year to some effect, we send all of the recordings and we invite budget committee members to participate in any of these sessions. You know, they're essentially required to come to the budget meetings, those 2 or possibly 3 budget meetings we would have now. But several of them either watched online or showed up at different times when we had budget presentations throughout the year. So we would want to do that more to educate our budget committee members as we go along. So questions about any of this before I just jump into the calendar, or at least kind of confirm it on the calendar, just so you can kind of see about what this would look like. Or questions or thoughts, I guess, as we kind of describe it.
Just point of clarification, these recommended listening sessions aren't at a board meeting.
No, there would be a separate session. You know, one of them would probably take place in here. It would likely be on some night of the week that we determine there, and we'd send it out. It'd be publicly noticed with a brief presentation, and it would be in addition to board meetings. Mhm. So it is more work.
Did you say more work?
More work.
Yeah, I was playing off of Casey's comment earlier too, that, board meetings aren't necessarily the greatest place to invite people, what they think. It's pretty intimidating to go in there. And there are other places we can meet them and that have such intimidation potentially around them. That's maybe one thing.
Canby School District this year made some pretty massive reductions. They had a really tough budget and they had to make a number of really hard decisions. So one of the reasons I think there hasn't been a bigger outcry about what they did is their superintendent had, I can't remember how many listening sessions that she went around and did. I caught at least one, I caught one of them, but I talked to her about it. And just the ability to go in and just hear from people seemed to really make a difference. And so to be completely frank, when we started with this, the original idea is like, well, we have 7 of these, one in each of your zones. And we thought about it, I was like, that seems like maybe overkill.
Yeah.
So, if we can think about maybe 3 and what that might look like, that might be a little more
And the
reasonable.
3 campuses,
3 campuses.
one of these.
Mhm.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, frankly, my only really concern is that they're dominated by staff, which I don't know how you get around. I mean, I would assume staff would be quite interested to probably show up those, but I hope we would have community showing up as well, and having feedback.
Kind of related to that, what is the strategy to engage the budget committee in these listening sessions? Obviously, they will have to show up for the budget meetings, but.
We would invite them as well. And, depending on how we want to set that up, it could be that, the board members that you all are the ones kind of directing all of this, that we would do all the work to set it up, but then you would be the ones sort of taking questions and you and the budget committee and kind of listening to that and hearing that.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm gonna
Yeah.
say that, so that wouldn't, these are actually, that's what I was gonna clarify, these are actually staff-driven meetings.
Yeah.
But we're asking the board,
And the budget.
and the budget committee to, we're inviting you to attend, but they're not board meetings or budget committee meetings.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
you wouldn't actually be running the meeting, you wouldn't actually be, because otherwise we have to do them a lot different than,
Okay.
because, and so that's the other thing is that, if and or when you come to these meetings, we'll have to see how many of you will be coming to them
Right.
specifically and, either.
Majority.
Yeah, a majority versus not, and so these are staff, even though they're listening sessions, they are staff-driven listening sessions before the proposal even comes to the budget committee. Where it's in the creation of the proposal that Tim is making a recommendation to the budget committee.
I just wanted to share, I bet it was maybe my 3rd year on the board, and we were facing big cuts and I don't remember who all presented, but we had an additional meeting. And we had up on the wall, all of these, the different, not every department, but there must have been 5 or 6 different groups that showed the group thinking of what they had, how much they had to cut, what they did, how they did it. It was fascinating, and I don't know. You weren't there, were you, Dave? Were you? No, you weren't there yet. I don't know, probably maybe 2010
Yeah, no,
or 2011. But it was just very interesting because people got a sense of, okay, this is what we were thinking of, and this is how we did this. And I don't know if that's like something that could be more visual, more hands-on, their ability to ask questions about why, what was the thinking behind this kind of thing. Anyway.
Yeah, a couple cautions, and one is that we still have to, think this through a little bit more. One is the timing. We may not know in January, February yet what it is we're proposing to reduce. We might have some ideas, but we might not. I mean, this past year, our proposals came in like toward the end of January, and then we started vetting those in February, March. So that is an issue about what we'll know. We'll be able to talk about, broad sense, what we're thinking about, looking back and getting feedback on. The other piece is what we talked about earlier. Some of these are things where we probably shouldn't be pulling you in to these discussions.
Yeah.
And so
these were after the fact discussions. This was at presenting of the budget, explaining how it was the way it was,
okay.
right at the very end.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, but.
Yeah, and so that would be my thought too about, we have to think that through a little bit more about what we have available, what we would then be getting the feedback on, right? So that.
And I don't know that it even makes sense to do that now, given the system, but just I wanted to share that was something that we did way back when.
Yeah, there were a couple of thoughts here. Mary's earlier comments was ringing in my ear, like, don't drag us in.
Yeah.
That sounds like there's some kind of trap and
A couple of things
that identity.
I don't want you involved in deciding
come to my
anything.
mind,
Yeah.
and it might be embedded under budget committee support, but I think a very, expressly outlining the role of the budget committee. And the law's a little conflicting on that, but it starts off by saying the budget committee shall receive the budget and the budget message and hold a public hearing. That's it.
That's it.
Right.
Okay.
Now, further down in the act, it says something about approving a budget or recommending approving a budget to go to the board with, for adoption, but with revisions. So it does kind of open that door. But just as the board shouldn't be doing line item vetoes, neither should the budget committee. I mean, we could ask for more information but I don't know, I didn't watch the budget committee. But but it shouldn't be, Tim, take out this cut and put in this cut. That is not either board or budget committee business.
Yeah, and we definitely need to be really clear about that from the outset because I know even members of our budget committee were unhappy, with thinking that was the role. And so.
I mean, sadly, that the role of a budget committee, I mean, it does provide oversight and public scrutiny of the budget. But beyond that, there isn't a whole lot of a role there because the role lies with you all as the Board of Education. And so it's the kind of finding this dance to have them, make them feel like it matters and that they're doing something meaningful, at the same time, not getting into having them think that they get to replace, take out, put in cuts or additions to the budget.
So, go ahead, how do we inform the board and the public and the budget committee about their strategic role or what they're charged with?
Yeah, we've had some conversations about budget committee training as well, just not dissimilar to what we've been talking about here, but really thinking about that, particularly that first meeting with them, or maybe even before, having some opportunity to onboard and do that, because we haven't done much of that in the past.
Well, I would think that would be important I would assume including us in that, because we're part of the committee, but. I like this, I'm a little nervous about involving the board in these sessions, because I would want to know. What is the purpose and the role of the board members being there? So for me, it's like, does it signal to the community, like, yeah, board members are paying attention? They're listening to the conversations, they're aware of what's going on. Or does it signal the board doesn't trust their one staff employee to run this process, even though the board has. Where is it at? Where's the thing? Even though they've worked on the budget principles, they've approved that, because in my opinion, that's what the board does. It's like, we've told you to do this, we've come up to agreement. So I get a little nervous with how much we get into the weeds and what that like signals publicly. Although, and same with the budget committee, although I like the idea too, but I want to be careful how we thread that, I guess.
No, I appreciate that.
Well, and the conversation in these listening sessions is gonna be more around, or this is my understanding, it's gonna be more around the process that we're using to get to Tim's recommendation. And the things that we're looking at, thinking of, hearing from, like those types of things. Not necessarily the proposed budget, because we won't have it by then, so we're not delivering a proposed budget to have them listen to, because that's not the point of the listening sessions. Also, there's a couple things that one of our hands are tied a little bit with the budget committee. You asked Irene originally, like, how are we engaging the budget committee? The reason why Tim keeps saying we invite them to these things, we send them the videos, we do all these things, is because we cannot require them to have a meeting until their first meeting, and the first meeting that they have has to include the budget message. If we don't have the budget message ready in January, we cannot hold a budget committee meeting, because we cannot deliver the message to them. By law, we have to do at our first budget committee meeting, the message. And so that is why our hands are always tied in bringing everyone always says, bring the budget committee in sooner, get them more involved sooner. We can't by law, because we have, and we can invite them to these listening sessions. We can invite them to learn how we're proceeding along the process, and we can do a training with them. Trainings are different than holding an official budget committee meeting. But at the very first budget committee meeting, we have to deliver the budget message to them. So we can't have it sooner than our budget message being ready to be delivered.
Yeah, I want to respond to Ryan's comment first before I go on there, because I think that is something we've got to think through a little bit more. My thought in having board members at least attend and hear that is it will diminish some of the, probably not all, but when we get to the public comments saying, the board, you haven't been brought along, you haven't heard any of this, or how can you trust, all the rest of the stuff. That may be clarified by statements, the chair makes, or somebody, the board members make about, we've been following this along, we trust it as well. But in my mind too, to be able to say, we participate in these listening sessions, we've heard some of this feedback, we've been engaged along with, would also be a counter to some of that. But I am attuned to this conversation about pulling you into stuff you shouldn't be in and creating more problems than.
Well, maybe it's just creating clarity about what our role is and why we are there. I think if we're all on the same page and in agreement, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And maybe even that's what's publicly said too. The board members are involved because they want to, they want to hear about this. They want you to know it, or whatever.
We want to listen.
So, maybe one way to do it, if board members didn't want to attend, is to do just some reporting of the listening sessions to the board in a public meeting.
Yep.
So that everybody's hearing the same thing at the same time. And you can ask questions, real time if you've got them, about what people are inputting. Maybe that's another thing to consider.
In the packet.
Pardon me? Yeah, in the board packet, so it's published, and it can be a verbatim, notes or with some analysis, whatever you want to do it, but that might be another way.
Yeah,
We did that. It's a little different, but I still serve on the long range planning committee for Wilsonville Westland School District. And when they were going through the small schools task force, we put together all these listening sessions. And then they reported all that back to that committee for us to sort
Yeah.
of receive and listen to, and then we, because our committee was different than the board, we then regurgitated it back to the board. But I mean, we weren't going
Yeah.
going to those meetings. So I do like, yeah, I worked well for that.
That's good feedback.
Yeah.
I was just gonna, was following, Ryan's comment as well. And thinking about this conversation around governance, there's some education for the whole college community around, what does governance mean? And I was mentioning this to Tim, but, around the problems we have with shared definitions of shared governance and what is the role of faculty and staff there. But I think we saw very clearly, or I've heard very clearly from folks on campus, that they don't actually understand the role of the board. And certainly not as clearly as was laid out here. So there is some expectation that I think might be nipped in the bud that the board is administering the college or should be involved in all decisions. And I don't know how to manage that or if that comes at a board meeting, but I think articulating that the board's power lies in its ability to approve and establish policy in the main is a message that I don't think much of the college understands.
Mhm.
And so they'll be dissatisfied whatever we do, if there's not clarity around, this is foundationally what the board is responsible.
Yeah, that even came up internally within the board and the budget committee during the budget issue itself, right? Not to relive all of that, but there were comments made, even by board members there, that I think it's my responsibility to do. And that's not the case, right? And so that wasn't the place to correct it, though. It became very challenging to do that. So one of the things I was thinking, Tim, is here, and I hear Jane's comments and also Irene's there in the relevant line, right? As much as we spent all this time putting budgets together, we as a board got to hear about the process that was used prior to that on numerous occasions, even all the way back to when we were approving the policies essentially, right? But the budget committee doesn't get any of that flavor. And I don't think they even know what really went on to prepare that budget, other than, you had made some small comments, but they heard a lot from the public, including staff that showed up there, that wasn't the case. And they even at some point called you out as a liar, right in the middle of it.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, they just said, he's not being truthful, didn't tell you the whole thing, this is not what really happened, right? There were that tone of that thing was going on, whether implicit or directly, right?
Yeah, I really felt like we'd done a good job in that first budget committee meeting. I mean, we had over an hour, which is the longest presentation I've ever seen on a budget. Where we hit on process a lot. I remember distinctly telling Jeff and Christy, process, lay all that out. And I really, I actually felt really confident about preparing you and the budget committee members for that. And then, yeah, all those comments sort of negated that.
They just went out the window, right?
In that meeting, which I think in some ways, again, as we talked about, the emotional charge of that had an impact. And so having a third meeting where, we've had time to let things settle out, we can then come back and clarify, here's what you heard, here's the reality, and there will help with some of that. But again, to Katie's point, short of, what we already do, sending it all out and, and getting the rest of that, I do think training, a specific training for the entire budget committee, you and the members with roles and the rest, a lot of what we saw today, but other pieces too. Here's where, your lane is and the rest would help from the beginning, because there were some people who felt very strongly about, that they should be able to get in that and veto and exchange and some other stuff. So
Would it make sense, sorry,
Go ahead.
would it make sense to put together like the budget committee training like January or somewhere around there, just to kind of help the budget committee understand their role way before all this happens? Or do you think it's better to be closer?
yeah, I don't know. I really thought about it. It might, I think it's probably, again, when folks have time and we can get it done. I don't know if they'll retain all of that through to May.
Yeah,
We
I'm
have an
thinking,
interest.
Better to be closer.
yeah, I'm thinking more April.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
And then remind them again in May at the first meeting.
Yeah.
And then remind them again at the next. meeting.
So one page.
Remind them again at the last meeting.
yeah.
We opened up the budget committee, for applicants.
We did.
Have we had an interest?
We have in the position number 5 is that the Westland Wilsonville, we have 3 applicants and we have none for the other positions.
And when does that close?
The end of August.
So we,
But
Oh,
all of the existing members said they were,
Yeah, there's
Wanted
only
to
3
continue.
openings. There's only 3 openings right now. One is in the Molalla, Colton, Estacada, Canby area. One is in the Milwaukee area and one is in the Westland Wilsonville area. Those are the only positions that are open.
okay, I thought we were opening them all up, even though.
No, no,
Yeah,
we are not.
but that was the conversation, good.
No.
I'm not happy to hear that.
Mhm.
So one thing, you are all members of the budget committee as board members.
Yes.
Mhm.
And so probably there's a place for you when you see the budget committee, you know, going down a rabbit hole or getting into details that even you as a board wouldn't, that you probably have to speak up
Yeah,
and say, you know, that that's not the role, or as a board, we don't get into that level of detail. Whatever, but I think there's a leadership role for you all as representing half of the budget committee to try and stop things that are getting out of the swim lane of the budget committee. That might be able to kind of corral, going down a path that is not gonna be fruitful for anybody.
Well, that's why I sort of earlier in our comments, I think we shared with everybody in here, like, we now have the license, right?
Yeah.
We got through this experience, but the understanding is, right, you have the license and the responsibility to keep it on the rails, right?
Mhm.
It's not just one of ours job, it's all 7 of us
Mhm.
responsibility.
You kind of learned that the hard way.
Yeah, we learned it the hard way, but now you have no.
But you
excuse,
learned.
right? Now we don't have any excuse, and no apology will be necessary, right? Right?
No, I mean, I think, you know, I went into that meeting, I leaned over to Jane, I'm like, are we allowed to talk? Cause I didn't even know, like, in that meeting, if board members could talk, cause I was like, are we just here and the other committee members are talking? But yeah, I think going into next year, like, I'll have a lot more clarity about what this is and what her role is, so, yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of reluctance on the whole board, right? Just-
Yeah.
Well, it was that poor training ground, right, in the middle of a live meeting in the
Yeah.
public.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some members of that committee that don't feel held, they don't feel like they have to withhold it all, and they dominate the space.
Right.
Which is fine, they are board members, they can speak, and it really, you should help them along the way, because you all are being timid, and they're like, I don't know what the rules are, don't even care, because I'm gonna do and say what I want, because that's my role, because I feel like that's my role. Which is, it's okay, I mean, everyone has an opportunity to like move forward, and then, that's too far. And it's like, how do we help each other work together to be good financial stewards of this institution? That we all aren't extreme experts on any one piece of it, but collectively we could do a really good job together. And it's okay that some of them are more outspoken, because maybe it's bringing things to the table that you wouldn't have considered. But then also it's like, if they're off track, how do we collectively help them stay on track and restate things, possible other versions of our own truths to keep things going. And that's what I saw you being timid and other people being like, I'm just gonna talk. I don't care about the rules, and everyone's
Yeah.
being like, well, what do I do? And so
Which
how do
goes
we?
back to like roles and responsibilities and
Mhm.
why are we here? And I think
Yes.
that ultimately is like, I think the narrative of today has been. We've not experienced these things before because CCC's been prudent was the word that you used,
Mhm.
and now we have a reality in a future where we're going to have to be much more engaged. Which means like, this is why policies and procedures are really important.
Yes.
Because you have those set and then with sort of onboarding and training and education. And we're now at this place where like that stuff becomes really important because we're gonna have to lean on those as we go through sort of the spinning that's going on around us, so, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, I mean, we learned a lot, right? We haven't been in this situation before. All indicators seem to point to we're gonna have a tough budget year. And so, and I think in good ways, everyone's paying attention now. And so we can expect that, we'll likely have people visiting probably most of our budget meetings, most of our board meetings, I'm assuming. And so having us really be thinking again about a process and opportunities for people to learn and hear about that will be helpful. Won't solve all our problems, but I at least would hope we get to the end and we can make a public statement and feel good about this process was inclusive and thoughtful. So.
I like the meeting 1, meeting 2, meeting 3, where one meeting is only about testimony and maybe we make it somehow structured like we did this year. So that there is a place for people to speak and then we go back and deliberate and come back and vote.
Yeah, that I heard from a number of you, and we had that thought last time too, is like just that would give us a chance to really let that emotion kind of
Yeah.
settle down and then clarify, a number of statements, misstatements and things like that we could do and during your deliberation in the third meeting, it would solve a lot of that.
And I think you can kind of express that expectation of the president. Like, we heard a lot of things today. And, we don't have information about what's accurate and what's not. So in places where there's another story to be told, could you bring that back? And you're doing it without the heat of the emotion that's just been, so separating decision time from
Yes.
the hearing, I think, is a really important step that you're taking. The other thing I wonder, and this is more for you, Tim, do you do different scenarios? I mean, I know you haven't had to do this much in the past, but do you do different scenarios, like a best case, worst case, middle case?
Yeah, we did that with our finance council, and internally we had 3 different scenarios and asked them to weigh in and give feedback back on those pieces. In the past, we've done different scenarios if we're hearing different things too, and as we're working through, like this year, we started out with a 5% and a 2.5% scenario and looking through those as we work through that too.
What
Yeah.
is the anticipation at this time?
It's really interesting. It frankly, like even more so than some years, I would say. We're hearing from legislators because of potential federal impacts to Medicaid and SNAP and some other things that we could be experiencing a 5% reduction, something along those lines. And then, but the HEC and others are saying we need to fund higher ed. We need to figure this out. And so our ask is like 13% increase. And we could be in a strange position where we actually, if all that comes to fruition, which I don't know how it will, but where we could actually have excess funds this year. So like a lot of years, we start off with the best information. In October, we get that economic report, statewide economic report that gives us indications. Really hearing the governor's budget in December kind of kicks all that off. And then we spend that first several months in the year, the start of the year, really getting more accurate information, but don't usually know until May. But this year feels to me more up in the air than other years have. I'm I guess being fiscally conservative and thinking let's prepare for the worst. And if we are in a position where we have excess, that would be a nice problem to have. We'll have to figure that out. But it'll be hard to message. It'll be really hard to message. Yeah. go ahead.
Oh,
I
sorry.
have a question about with the open position and just encouraging you all to get the word out
On the
on the
budget.
open budget committee positions of people that live in those areas. And I think about the types of industries that could be helpful, like to have that voice. Like, where are the kinds of places we would want to hear from, places, small businesses that. And just think about the kinds of groups that we work with as a college, so those voices or that insight could be helpful to the conversation.
And the need was Estacada, where else?
It's Milwaukee is one group, the Westland Wilsonville is one group, and the Colton, Estacada, Malala, and Canby is all one group. Yeah, Canby.
Zone 7.
Right, there's part of Canby in James zone.
Really?
Yeah, and then there's part of Canby in the Westland.
So we have to get the right, I mean, that
Yeah.
part of it they have to live in.
And is all of Malala in my zone?
Yes.
Why don't we say that when we say zone 6? You
We
just say
just-
Colton
yeah.
and, you just say Colton and Estacada.
Yeah.
You don't ever say.
I think because it says it in Irene's, we just never split, we decided as the board when we did the update, we never split the way we want to say it, so we can say it how we want to say it.
Oh.
You guys decide how you want to say it.
I mean,
We should go talk and figure.
We should-
no, I'm because we have part of it too.
I do need to get
Oh,
some,
you say it.
I need to clarify some things though for this part of the discussion for the budget. So, if I'm hearing everything correctly, it sounds like the board is, interested in the college holding the 3 listening sessions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
I hadn't heard fully. I
Okay.
heard, be really clear about the role of the budget committee members on board.
Yeah, is everybody, are folks interested in us holding the listening sessions?
I don't know if that's the question is,
Okay.
the question is,
What?
if we hold the listening question, if we hold the listening sessions, where does the information get to the board?
Yeah.
By board attendance at the session or by a report out at a board meeting by the administration?
Okay.
I would suggest that a minimum is that it gets reported to the whole board in a packet, at a minimum. And if we also want to have presence, I am in favor of that option, of that idea.
But nobody's opposed to having this.
Well, I mean, why would we be, like, that feels like we're getting into the weeds a little bit. Why would we oppose you having a listening session?
I don't know. That's what I was
Yes,
asking.
in your,
I feel like
your own domain.
Yeah, that feels like, that feels like the CEO's way.
No more work for you. No, I just want to confirm that nobody thought it was a really bad idea.
No.
And I don't know that that has to be reported at the board meeting. The results of they may be just to us in a packet or something
Yeah,
like that, but I don't think it needs to be a part
Yeah.
of the meeting.
Be in the
that-
consent agenda.
Yeah, that
It
would,
can.
like the board.
Again, I'm thinking about this too, to this idea about transparency and really making sure that, folks like to say, oh, the president keeps things from the board. Or is not sharing everything. I hear
That's
that,
my
I hear that,
concern.
some things. So I'd rather, in my mind, have it in the consent agenda of the packet, but then also part of my president's report saying we had this listening session. These were some of the themes.
My second question is the board interested in holding a budget principles work session prior to the November meeting where they hear the first read of the budget principles?
November?
See that again.
So in the November 18th meeting, we will present the proposed budget principles for the board.
Like
Is
typically.
the board interested in having a work session, like in October, where they can actually see the previous budget principles, discuss maybe what they might want to change or think about having as the budget principles, and then have us, there to draft them and bring them forward at a first read in November.
You typically, we present those to you typically in November, you read them and then you vote on them in December. We're asking if you want a work session in October to really get into those and maybe. work out.
Did we not do a work session this year?
No,
I thought
we
we
never.
had a conversation.
We never did, do we?
You
Just-
did
You gotta
but you just had it at that first.
It was just your first read. It was your
Yeah.
first read.
And so I'm asking, do you want more time with them? Do you want to look at them longer? Do you want to talk about them more? Do you want to think about them more? Do you want to make changes to them more? Do you?
I thought the way we did it last year was fun.
Okay,
I don't feel the need, but I've seen it 9 times.
Mhm.
I just have a question. Is it possible to prepare the budget committee with the board, with the principals, or it's not necessary?
Well, we can't,
Oh, right.
because by law, we can't bring the budget committee
Right.
together.
So
We can invite them to the meeting and they're welcome to attend as any audience
We can
member can
share them.
attend.
Yeah.
And we do share them with them when we do the first meeting, when we tell them the roles and responsibilities, and how we built the budget is saying, you know, back in November, back in December, the board decided on these principles and we use those to guide us through the budget process and how we develop the budget. But we can't require them to come and we can't have it be a budget committee.
There's no budget message.
Yeah, so then my last question is, if you look into June, the question is, are you wanting to hold a separate meeting in June just for the budget public hearing? Because this year we did not, we opened the public hearing, we heard testimony at the board meeting, we closed the public hearing, we started our regular meeting and went through our regular meeting and then voted on the budget. You'll already have a separate public testimony period with the budget committee, but I'm asking in June if you want to hold the official budget public hearing on a separate day. Do you want to come in for a meeting just for that?
Right now, we do it all in one meeting.
Yes.
After that, yeah.
I just have a question. There won't be testimony, or will there be testimony on the June 9th meeting? There will be,
There
okay.
is, it's open.
That's all it would be if you came in
What's-
for that
It's
meeting.
not the budget
all
committee,
it
budget
would
committee's
be.
done, it's just the board.
The board.
What's the harm of holding the option for having that second meeting, or wait, now the first meeting for adoption?
We wouldn't adopt the budget at the June 9th meeting.
No, I know, but why not just hold an option for that, and we can decide later whether or not we wanna have it?
Because we can't,
Okay,
we have to post the budget so
Process.
many days in advance before the meeting that you're gonna vote on it.
So we will have had
That'll be-
deliberation.
anyway,
Well, I mean, I guess if it is within the time frame, then you could vote on it. We would still be holding our regular board meeting. You would still be having 2 meetings, but yes, you could essentially, if it's, I'd have to ask Chrissy, if it's if she could post it within the right amount of time. Like if you made changes, if the budget committee made any recommendations and changes, we have to have so much time between the last budget committee meeting to be able to repost the changed, adopted,
yeah,
no, approved, sorry, I say it with the wrong word every time,
Modified
approved
approved.
budget before the official vote
to adopt.
to adopt.
Cause the idea here is giving the board, like we are with the budget committee, a separation
Yes.
from the testimony to the deliberation.
Yes.
vote.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, right now it's just back to back, and I mean, the fun.
So I'm asking if you would like to have that be separate.
I don't see the need to have it separate. Cause we would have already had one
Three.
public meeting that we would be aware of. And there would have been deliberation and a vote. By the committee, I don't see a need for it.
Okay.
I'd be fine with being on the same day.
How does everyone else feel?
Well, I was where Ryan was at, but I was just like, well, maybe we can just leave it as an option, but I didn't see the need for it, to be honest. If I had to choose, I'd say no.
I assume we're not expecting an easier budget year this year than last year.
We're not,
Probably maybe more challenging, but there's unknowns and almost mixed messages so far, right?
yeah, I mean, you know, it could, again, be pretty much nothing, and, you know, it's in the past, it's been like a 5-minute, you open it, you close it, and you take a vote. But we're trying to prepare for what could come.
But in May, we have 3 sessions.
Yeah, you already have an additional session,
Yeah,
so you already have 3, and this is, you know, your 4th, so to speak, so the question is, do you want a 5th meeting then to ultimately?
And if no fifth meeting, then everything would be on the 16th, correct?
The 16th, yes.
16th, right.
I think that I think we all will be pretty up to date by that time. I don't think we need. That's just me.
Well, I think adding in one more meeting in the budget committee lineup would probably take care of it from how I see it.
You talking about May?
Yeah.
Yeah.
May 12th.
Okay, and then so I think I'm hearing consensus that we don't need to hold the extra one in June, so the June 9th one would be removed. And everything would just happen on the 16th. Two more things I have. The first thing is just so if you're gonna use these dates at all, the January 13th board meeting, that's the wrong date. It should be January 20th. So the wrong date is incorrectly printed on this form. The board meeting in January is January 20th. Not January 13th.
Okay.
And then Jane, at the beginning of this retreat, when we first started talking, you said, is there gonna be a time where we can talk about the budget stuff? You were gonna wait and hold your comments till then. Have you
Oh,
had
I
the
think-
opportunity to share?
No, I think
what you wanted
they've
to
all.
share? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Good, yeah, thanks for coming back to it.
Good follow-up.
Any other comments then about budget process?
Just one
Sounds real
clarification.
thoughtful to me.
One, on the 14th,
Remember that.
that is
Maybe
still,
It goes more
process
smoothly.
that is still an all staff
That is-
budget meeting, right?
The 14th is our internal all staff budget meeting, yes.
I mean, I would just say, I mean, we made a number of comments at that board meeting when we approved the final budget about this process to you as staff. And I just want to say, I appreciate you taking those comments from the board members into consideration and being really thoughtful about how we might be able to approach this in a different way while still meeting the needs of the college and the law and what the requirements and the cadence of are. So I personally feel very good about this process, and it shows that like continuous improvement. We know it didn't work the best way last year, and we want to see some improvements, and I think that this is a good step in that direction. So thank you all for.
And this will be fully conveyed to Alina as well,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
Maybe she'll get to watch this on YouTube.
We will share it with it.
So one thing that might be helpful to you, and I think you're probably doing it maybe through your president's reports, but leading up to that budget committee is getting into a cadence of saying something about the budget every meeting,
Yeah.
because that's telling the public. And sometimes there's not a lot to say. I mean, I get that while you're in deliberations about what to bring forward, but even if it's just an update about, you know, where the state
Yeah.
budget is looking or what the gap looks like in this moment and what you're doing about that, it just shows that the board has been informed
Mhm.
and is knowledgeable throughout the whole process, not just at the end of the process.
Yeah, it's
good.
good. Thank you for that, because I haven't typically done that in my president's report, but I made a note too to do that. And then making sure that you guys all get my monthly budget updates as
Yeah.
well. They go out to the campus. You know, anyway, I'll reserve my public comments about the staff not feeling like they've been had enough, because we try to be very thorough.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll give it a go, and sure we'll have plenty of opportunity to improve. So, do you all need a break? Are you ready to kind of keep going? We're gonna do a little bit more team building now.
I can use the restroom.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're gonna do concentric circles, which you did last year, so you may remember this.
What?
You
See, no way.
you sit,
Oh,
and
yeah,
you
team.
move around and answer questions.
Brian and I knew that.
Let's
No,
hope- let's hope-
we didn't have the ball.
Vince is helping.
No balls, no throwing an eye out.
Skip that whole event.
No, hold on.
The evaluation process, a couple of housekeeping items.
Going, wait, no, I'm gonna stick around.
You need to,
Stick.
you need to go before the evaluation discussion. For sure. So if you remember this, there's basically 3 chairs in the middle. So if you're somebody who doesn't want to get up and move around, pick a chair in the middle. Because the 3 then people around the outside will be the ones moving. And so there'll be a question. I'll ask you a question once you sat down, and you'll each have a minute to respond to the question. And then I'll say time, and the person on the outside will move to their right, and then we'll have a new question for you. Does that make sense?
So you're responding to the person that's sitting across
Sitting
from you,
across from-
not the whole group.
Correct. So, right now, if you would go over to these chairs and either pick one on the inside or the outside, the inside will not move. So if you want to not move, pick one on the inside.
Oh, I see.
Pick a chair, any chair.
You can carry on, but then you pick.
Yes, do. In fact, I'm missing Lucy Pride, which is in 2 weeks, our major event. Sponsors. Won't be the-
Musical chairs. So the whole
Better
purpose of this
off with
exercise is for you guys just to get to know each other a little bit better in a kind of a relaxed way. So we won't, we don't need to share this the rest, it's just a chance for you all to talk a little bit further. So, what'll happen again is I'm gonna ask a question, and then you're gonna have,
Serious eye contact going on.
you'll have 2 minutes total, a minute each to respond to the question. I will spend time. The outside will move and we'll go. So first one, really simple. Where did you grow up? What's something you remember about that place?
Some of those were-
It's up to you.
Oh,
I grew up here.
Thanks, Ray.
What do you think there? Growing up, what age did we talk? I well, yeah. I was second.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Everything was close.
Lots of things.
Elementary, middle school, and busing. First year I had.
Well.
Black. Some Saturday. Another big check. It was, yeah, and but we had, say, 2 black in school.
I think it's that. Right. But you do it.
And it wasn't.
Yeah.
A lot of what was going on in Boston, right at the same time, and they were having riots.
Are we?
Intermingling, getting to know.
Yeah, you just have 2 minutes.
Just that. So what is that next? What people looking about? Oh, really?
Yeah. So we all thought, we're all the same. Later on, we got out. You were all really.
I lived in an apartment.
We were all the same, right?
A mess house.
Okay,
No,
time.
I did the later years of looking at you.
Go ahead and switch. No, Joe, you stay. Joe, you stay. You stay.
Oh, I don't know.
Here's the question. If you could meet any famous person in the world, living or dead, who would it be and why?
Mine's easy.
It's just a good question.
How's easy to manage? Right, so you have to be really excited. Social, all the what I asked. What is that? What do I need to do to adjust? How can I assure my entrance?
Well, if you buy something, you know.
And hopefully, live in my heart.
Yeah.
That was, bad.
Oh, my God, I mean, I'm very much, is that?
Whatever.
Well, look at camera.
Yeah. And then sort of being like, it's kind of like, people don't. Sort of like.
What one?
Well, a lot of it was he grew up as a sickly kid, so he always wanted to prove himself as a man.
Yeah.
Taxidermist.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's not even Obama. It was a Trump. Somebody who would let.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got a new library for that. Oh, yeah, it would be. It's a lot of time.
Inside,
But he'll bring back.
All right.
Getting shot.
Ready?
To
Let's switch.
To convey knowledge to others about these animals. Fascinating guy.
You have some options on this one. What is a book you've read, the movie you've seen, or a podcast you've listened to recently challenged or changed your thinking in some way? Book, a movie, or a podcast? Go.
Recent.
Well, recent is pretty big.
Some of the things
Yeah. I don't know. I was saying about it. Just when you were in the industry, I never just know podcast. Oh, I never looked like. I was talking about people talking about. As they can dig in about politics. And it was really fast. It was positive. They were talking about how they're at least sharing stories to people supposedly. Into the how we do that. Or even these room systems and they kind of different ways that has been manifested. And it also talks about how they've had people talk about interviewing and rooms and being able to impact. As soon as they go to get a feel. And so it's really like, and then they talk about people that are supposed to this stuff that you know. And they are nothing else is one of those player people for communities. So really like, some of it's true. And then there's parts of okay. It's names. And always says, so that. And she wrote a book, and that served.
That's
There's a lot of problems. Wonder.
I just, I look,
She's more about.
the way things work. By, it is. I've heard time, and then there's about.
You know,
It's about right. But it also has that use as necessary.
Exactly, well, they're almost. We should put it on their mind. They're reading, exercise. So, yeah. Our page. Before he joined the Trump's team, and he was
Just everything.
I think he was a candidate. For president.
Okay.
Joe.
We got a problem.
I don't have.
Actually, folks are just living.
Okay. Rotate.
It's on there, and her brother.
But all.
Yeah, okay.
How good in case.
Get on
my chair.
Yeah.
We get a redo.
When work and life gets stressful, what is something you do to stay brave?
Spring.
You do.
I think my sense is just the life of themselves, but I think. So. How do you explain with that? I know. Or reading from a book.
Yeah.
But I don't look at what. I don't. They're like, you know, pretty much, you know, oh, that's. That's probably.
No, I don't know. Walk in one thing. And then just.
Okay.
Just towards my head.
Uses up.
Yes. And I used to stress. You bring out the ladies. You know, so. It's gone for.
Oh, good.
And it's reflective time, right? There's no screen, there's no. 13 minutes.
Yeah.
My thoughts.
Yeah.
Kitty, is that what you watch? Yeah. You lost all your last. Okay.
The sunlight goes.
Let's rotate.
The left side. So.
A couple more of these.
Yeah, see you there. Bye.
I'll put behind my lens. Hey, you changed the rotation.
If you had to describe your leadership style in 3 words, what words would you choose and why? Your leadership style in 3 words. I have all sorts of suggestions.
No. No.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
People won't agree with me.
Okay.
I don't say this, I think my serious response is I'm really $0 away there. The rally, highly helpful.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I like,
You're seeking other relationships.
I like to see. When I say the collaboration, or like, here's where we're going, here's what. This is where. The information as far as. Choose another. I love curious. I'm very curious person. She is.
Okay, listen. Then, she's really. But I really. I'll see those. And then. It's much. I mean, you guys have to. I guess that's the.
You still find yourself.
Yeah, it is. Yes, yes, it is. Well, no. Organizations.
Yeah.
You do that.
She should have had this top three.
That's how it's like,
Yeah, maybe that's what it's taken for granted.
Don't advertise.
You know,
All right, last one, go ahead and rotate one more time.
Yeah.
I'm feeling so stationary.
Your hardest question of the day. Ready about this? What do you love most about Clackamas Community College?
Oh, that poor neighbor named Ryan, he's pretty great.
I'm biased there.
Can you come to my isolation?
Yeah.
What's your least favorite?
And then there's an
I like the atmosphere here as far as. Everybody's on.
Yeah, I just, we started in November, we get it done by December.
Yeah.
People think.
Got another one for you.
Yeah.
Let's sing.
Oh, yeah.
It's very interesting. What he's doing.
And 8 years. That
That
it is
He's got.
That I mean,
Future innovation focus. Connect with the community. Yeah. I would say he's one.
I think I would agree with. It's sort of
Good.
just there a little bit different way to go. Even like.
Those are
This stuff is actually just question.
I'm gonna be interested in. And he texted me about it. Anyway, that's
Either read or practice people are.
We got.
But, yes.
Yeah.
And.
I think we are good shape.
Yeah.
There was that. We did, one of the kids. They made our life. Yeah.
There just seems to be.
Yeah, and then take, and I always be to hear this, the first one in my family. That's good. They're starting a whole new generation.
But you know, we were.
See, that's possible. I never heard sisters.
All right, thank you very much. We are done. If you want to go back and get some seats, we'll do a little debrief.
And I make sure.
I ain't got it. Keep going. Ladies, across the trouble. You have created your board meetings.
Yeah.
Any feedback, reflections on that exercise?
I didn't get to talk to Ryan.
You didn't get to talk to Ryan?
No.
Ah,
Oh, you need to sit in the center.
Did I? No, because he was rotating.
well, I saw him twice, you didn't miss much.
He's on the outside.
He was on the outside, so you guys kept going around. Yeah, you didn't get to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got everybody twice.
I got 3 spots for the other 4.
He and I had a good laugh, it was good.
Didn't miss out.
Did you learn anything new about your colleagues?
This woman has 101 first, 104 first cousins.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
my
First
goodness.
cousins.
You know, I actually knew that.
Did you?
Yeah.
104 first cousin?
Isn't that amazing?
Just on the Koenig side.
And
There's a bunch of the other side.
I'm the opposite.
if we had enough time.
I've got 2 first cousins.
Well, good
You
too.
probably
You think
could.
you could?
Oh, yeah, there's like 5 of you now, so.
Just make up a couple of it. We wouldn't know the difference.
I know.
Anything else that you learned?
I don't even have 104 fourth cousins.
Yeah, no.
First cousin.
How many brothers?
I'm one of 11.
Oh, I got you beat.
When you had 6 of your own? Yeah,
7.
always miss that.
We're still in a public meeting, right?
Everybody in the house meeting, so think about what you want to share.
Right.
That is right.
Who does the editing?
All right. Well, the last thing before any just kind of general housekeeping pieces is my evaluation process and timeline. So we wanted generally to get feedback on 2 aspects. One is the actual evaluation itself. This is, I think you've used this a couple years now.
Questionnaire?
2 or 3, this questionnaire. So I want to make sure this works really well still for you, or if you have any changes. The other part is, you talked before about getting some internal feedback about how I'm doing. And so I wanted to confirm again what that means for you. Is that, members of my executive team, are there other people that you would like to hear from or get feedback from? I'm going into my 9th year. This is a contract year, so we'll be doing that a little bit later, but this is a good time for you all to figure out what you need to learn or know. So we'll start with the I guess the evaluation tool, and just affirm again that is working for you, or if you want us to look at something different. Katie and I were just talking, the formal evaluation piece of this, my self-evaluation, and where you do this, takes place in November. So it's still a few months away, but it'll come pretty quickly. And so we have that time in November where you have a chance to fill this out, and looking at my self-evaluation, and you meet and discuss this, and then in December, you meet with me and discuss the results and everything. We make the public statement at that point. So,
I don't have any comments to change the process for now. I think when we go to redo the strategic planning this year, right?
yeah,
I think there may be some room for us to sort of weave that more into your evaluation.
I love that. I would really.
I don't think we need to do that.
Appreciate that. No, because we're, those of you who don't know, we're getting into our new strategic plans process. Dean Ennis, I think, is it September, October that she's gonna give the presentation work session for you all. She's formulated, I think, a pretty good process for us to go into the next one. I don't know, Wade and I've been talking to about some of the information materials. But no, to have my evaluation tied to the strategic plan, it's the way we really need to be thinking about it. Mhm.
And I don't have any, requirements that we seek input, right, but we did, I wouldn't go any deeper than your executive team. I was always curious what the dean's thought is, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, it would be kind of direct reports, right? Somebody that
Yeah.
interacts with you all
He
the
can
time.
actually answer the question, right, which is,
Yeah,
is he, meeting expectations inside, basically.
Yeah, we can we can work with a facilitator, something like that can interview or put that together for those folks, or we can have them fill this out, whatever.
But it wouldn't be very deep.
Are there any things that you would like differently on this, that you think that aren't covered, that about how your work, your style or your,
I think this is fine, to be honest with you, I go through and fill this out, but I'm also really thinking more about the qualitative narrative that I'm writing
Yeah.
I spend a lot of time kind of reflecting, just in general, but certainly when I do this over the last year and putting it together, so it works well for me as a framework, to set that up but I'm mostly kind of using my own sort of narrative about the rest of that. I think I've heard from some of you in the past, I probably write too much, or give you too much to consider, but it's a way for me also just to kind of really learn and grow, so. So I guess that's all to say, I probably spend more time thinking about my own narrative and my own reflection than I do about this. I do this as part of that and go through it, but I don't spend as much time on my self-report.
correct me if I'm wrong, seems to me David and Jeff would be two good ones.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want, we can do the whole team. I mean, it's Katie, it's Casey, it's Jeff, David, Lori, Danielle, Deborah and Melissa.
Melissa? Yeah.
HR. Yeah,
I'd be open to that.
Oh, I have no problem with that. I mean, we've got a pretty stable, long-term executive team, and I think they would be happy to give you the, feedback.
and would we have them fill this out as well?
That's what I'm asking you. So
Yeah, I
we
mean,
can do this a couple different ways. We can have them fill this out and just, and I'm sure Katie could probably pull that together. We could hire a facilitator, like what we did, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, who would interview and give you some themes and, kind of work on that. And I remember that when we did that with that consultant, 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh.
You remember?
No.
Mm.
Do you?
Yeah.
Seems like
It was an executive coach that I worked with for that year, and one of the pieces we contracted with him was to provide you with a report. He ended up interviewing all of the members of my team and providing you with a report. I think it was 3 years ago.
Yeah, and I'm gonna suggest that we do something more like that, because I don't know that the board's tool is, I don't know that the executive team providing responses to the tool questions that you're asking in there would actually give you the
That the same
information that
kind,
you're
yeah, you're right.
And I wonder too, like, if having space between, like, kind of a mutual party, I think I kind of like that too, like, it's not you collecting all the
Yes.
forms.
It's really inappropriate.
Like having
Yeah,
somebody do that, maybe that might provide more flexibility for
someone to.
being able to speak a little more freely, like, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's fine.
And then they can do it anonymously, obviously anonymously with the themes.
I like the idea of calling out the themes too.
Okay,
And that wouldn't be a tremendous cost, I wouldn't think,
probably.
facilitate that.
We've got a facilitator we've worked with the last couple of years that could probably do it, or we can find somebody else who could probably do it.
I think it's valuable, it only strengthens your position, to be honest, in my opinion, is to have somebody else.
Yeah.
Have it, and then have it, on record.
Seems a little more objective.
Yeah, and it seems like there were some questions here that I really couldn't answer.
Yeah.
Because I didn't
That was
know.
one of our comments from the.
That you wouldn't see it or you wouldn't. yeah.
Yes.
We wouldn't know how to answer that question about you.
Mhm.
Right? I can't remember what it was, there were a couple of them.
Well, like, I think one of them is a supervisory question or something like, so the, my question would be, what, would this information help you answer that question? Or do you, would those questions, are you thinking those questions should be completely removed? Like what, how could we help you, answer those questions?
Well, my first thoughts are the general questionnaire is long enough and broad enough that. In those cases where those questions may not apply to us, removing it doesn't hurt the process, I don't know. And so there's plenty of other places for us to make what I think are our appropriate comments.
There certainly may be different questions to be asked, right? Than what we have Tim answer for us. Look at it through that lens. Right?
Yeah, I think this is one of the questions, for instance, that we may have had troubles answering. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. It says, the president interacts with and responds to students, employees, and community members in a manner that encourages positive relations pertaining to relevant concerns. Like, I don't see Tim interacting with students very often, because I'm not there. It's not that he doesn't do it, it's just, I'm not there.
But I've never seen him slap anybody.
If that, what's that?
You've never seen him slap anyone.
Yeah,
He was here.
Well, public meeting.
Yes.
So while you're thinking about it, if I could just share a couple of emerging best practices in presidential evaluation.
Yeah.
Really glad to hear you talk about tying it to the strategic plan, because that is becoming the best practice, that 90% of the evaluation should be based on the goals that you set aligned with the strategic plan and the results of achieving those goals, as opposed to instruments like this, where there's really no data
Yeah.
to support your, there could be.
I
But
like
usually
him, I
there
don't
are.
like him, right?
Huh?
I like him, I don't like him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what that becomes. Oh, thank you. So I'm glad to see that you're gonna head in that direction in the future, because that really is kind of the best practice. The other thing I would say, I recognize the need for boards to wanna know what teams say about their leader. And I think it's fine for you to go to that next level down. I'm glad you're not talking about like a full-on 360. For public figures like presidents, it tends to often it becomes the evaluation instead of a data point in an evaluation. And the other thing is often becomes a vehicle for people who just want to be negative.
Yep.
And and it's not helpful. I mean, if the purpose of evaluation is to help the president grow and develop, that is not helpful.
And we've experienced that, by the way.
Yeah.
We did
Yeah.
a 360 originally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not usually part now of a presidential evaluation. And then there are third-party facilitators who can, interview people and give you themes and patterns. So
How about a timeline for all of it?
Timeline would be, November. Would be my self-eval, you would all be filling this out in November.
So I have, Tim would provide the board with his, self-evaluation around October 26th. And then the board would complete their, evaluation survey within the next 2 weeks, which is, by November 9th. And then the discussion, would happen at the November 18th meeting, and then
That's an executive
just an
session.
executive session, yeah. And then in the December one, you would have another executive session where you bring Tim in and have a conversation, you finalize that public statement, and then at that board meeting, you read the public statement under the board's reports.
So the direct report questionnaires would be before all that, right? So we have
Yeah.
something to evaluate.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we would do it probably around the same time as Tim,
So-
so we would give you Tim's self-evaluation, the results of the executive team stuff, and then you would take all of that, and you would have it while you're filling out your
Right.
evaluation.
Okay.
How, if we were really to tie it with the strategic plan,
You wouldn't be able to do that this year.
we wouldn't be
You'd
able
have
to
to
do
do
that
it
this year,
next
plus we're
year.
doing a new one.
What,
Where's making sure?
what we've done in the past, and what I will be doing in my self-eval is looking at our college's goals, my goals, and I've tried to force that square peg. Kind of
Okay,
in the round hole, but it hasn't been as effective because we haven't tied it directly to it, so. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good to me.
give it one.
Well, the last piece is just a couple quick housekeeping items, and I'll just defer to probably Wade and Katie on this one. We've got to assign board committees or reaffirm board committees, and then talk about conferences, professional development coming up for this year.
Yes, so for board committees, we have, I'll read off the ones that we already have. We have just what is our executive committee, which is always includes the immediate past chair, which is Joe Crenshaw, the current chair, which is Wade Hathorn, and the current vice chair, which is Ryan Ingersoll. They make up the executive committee of the board. And then we have the OCCA liaison, is Jane Reed. Jane, did you still want to serve as the,
I would like to at least one more year for sure.
okay? And then we have the legislative affairs committee, which we call it a committee. They don't really get together, but there are legislative affairs folks. We have on that is Irene Konev and Joe Crenshaw. And then obviously all other board members assist in this because when we have, you know, the legislative days and certain things that come up, we ask everyone to attend, but our two main legislative folks are Joe and Irene. Is that still how the board wants to? I'll read them all first, then you guys can discuss. The the foundation liaison is Ryan Ingersoll. And the board liaisons, we have Wade Hathorn was the athletic facilities section. Joe was the walking loop section, and then Ryan has been a part of and Irene kind of is listening in as well a little bit on the Wilsonville section of the bond. Those are just liaisons, those aren't necessarily committees. And then the board policy committee this last year was Rob Wheeler, Irene Konev, and Jane Reed. So those are our official committees. We also do have external committees or appointments. So the Oregon Commission for Women, we have Irene as a representative. The OCCA Member Services Committee, we have Jane on that one as well. The OCCA Budget Committee, we have both Tim and Jane on that. The OCCA Legislative Committee, we have Lori Hall. The OCCA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, we have Tim and Casey. And then the ACCT Pacific Region Nominating Committee, we have Joe Crenshaw on. And that's all of our appointments and committees.
Now, Elena is not any of these.
Correct. So we have a new board member. Do we want to try to? That's kind of hard without Elena being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might, yeah, I don't know. I guess my first question is there anyone that would be willing to give up one of their positions on any of these so that it makes room for if someone was interested in taking those? Like, Ryan, now that you're the vice chair, would you want to stay on as the foundation liaison, or, you know, would that be an option?
Yeah, I would be willing to give that one up.
Yeah. And then the policy committee, Rob, Irene, and Jane, did the three of you want to remain on the policy committee? Are any of you interested in maybe giving up your seat if Elena or someone else was interested in
If
that?
she's interested, I'd
Yeah.
give it up. I
Okay.
do like being on it. but,
Yes.
I think she would be very good
Yeah.
as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I'm willing to continue.
Okay, great.
just a
Yeah,
I think it's-
well, I think you're all willing to.
good way to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, to continue, but if she's interested, that might be another spot we can
Mhm.
plug someone in. And then I think that's it unless there's any other discussion on any of those. Everyone is welcome to apply for OCCA committees as they need help, so know that. Also, on the flip side of things, the OSBA, the Oregon School Board Association, they always are looking for representatives. We don't engage with them much just because it seems like they do a lot more K through 12 geared information and work than OCCA is typically our. And for everyone listening, that's the Oregon Community College Association. They are usually our avenue that is more community college focused, and so we are a little bit more engaged with them, but.
But I
that's
would
always
think
an
that if
option.
somebody did want to do OSBA, it would be really interesting to hear that world.
We used to, yeah,
Comment.
we used to have a liaison. Betty, I think, was liaison to OSBA for years
Sure.
and, you know, they have I think it's a couple of years now, they've got a new executive director. I met with her this last year and said, you know, there's a place for us. Please let us know. I haven't heard back.
And that's all I have on the committees unless you guys have other discussion on that. And then not hearing any, the conference and training. So for available for this year, we have the ACCT Leadership Conference. The members that are going to be attending that this year are going to be Wade, Jane, and Joe. So we're gonna have 3 members going. The OCCA conference that typically happens in November, we asked that everyone, if they are able to, if everyone could attend. That's gonna be in Sun River this year. So please let me know if you are unable to attend. I will assume that you won't be here. Okay, darn. Yeah, I will assume that everyone will be attending unless you tell me otherwise. And so I got Wade will not be attending that one. You're gonna be where?
In Istanbul.
Oh, wow, how exciting. And then we have the Oregon Business Plan Legislative Summit that's in December. That is going to be held this year on December 8th or 9th. It's a Monday.
I would like to attend.
That should be an interesting one. The
Yeah, I'd like to
prosperity
know.
report really called out higher ed and
Yeah.
our role.
Sorry, it's gonna be on December 7th.
7.
It's all day. It's a Monday, December 7th. So who said they want to go?
Where's that? Okay.
The 3 of you. It's in downtown Portland.
It's at the convention
You
center.
wanna go?
It's
Joe?
great. I mean,
Oh,
you've not been before.
You said the 7th.
7th, it's a Monday.
I mean, it's not great, but it's, I think it's
It's-
interesting. I mean, I think, fine, if he's never been.
You said
Yeah.
it's great.
To go.
I wouldn't say it's. Yeah, I'll leave
Gives
it.
you a.
It's a great.
It gives
place
you a
to-
sense of.
It's a good
Network
it's a
with
good
legislators.
networking and I think, frankly, I think it's important for us to show up.
Yeah.
So that community colleges are seen there.
Mhm.
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, sounds good.
You said December 7, right?
The
That
thing
is,
is education.
that is Monday, December 7th.
Never has been. They're starting to
Mhm.
recognize that we're part of that.
Is there a new board member training going on this fall?
They are not gonna hold a separate new board member training this year. They're going to incorporate that into the OCCA conference in November.
Was that an annual requirement? Cause I know I went through training early, the first one they offered, right?
Right, so
Okay.
it is only a requirement every term. So every time you get reelected, you will have to do it again as a, by law now it's required.
So I would not need to
So
attend.
you
the
would
next
not need to
person.
do
Yeah.
it, you don't need to, it's nice to sometimes, to refresher, it's good, but we had Mary.
I could learn and grow. but-
Yeah. But, everyone was able to attend last year, Irene did.
I was not.
Yeah, so Irene still needs to do hers and then Alina will need to do hers. But other than that, everyone else is covered for the
Oh, okay.
legal requirement of attending them.
We went to Chemeketa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and OCCA did it for us.
I wasn't, but the year before. I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have the ACCT Legislative Summit, which is in February. Is there an interest of folks who might be interested in attending
That's a
that?
DC.
Yeah,
I'd be
Washington
interested in
DC.
going.
Irene and Joe?
Yes, I think I'm going.
We try to take a couple student leaders with us, do that.
And then we have the OCCA Legislative Summit and the Day at the Capitol that is in March. And then there's also a legislative day this year in September.
There's one coming up.
Yes.
Fifth, isn't it?
Yeah.
So who would like to attend the one in September? Or who's able to attend?
I
the
was
one in-
planning to go. Are we going there
Yes.
like right at 8 again?
I can get back to you on exactly what time, but
I'm sorry, what's the event?
in September, there is a legislative day
Mhm.
this year. It is on Wednesday, the 9th.
Night.
Oh, 9.
September 9th.
That's Salem?
Yeah,
That is Salem.
So
uh-huh.
It has to be at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'll have to check on the time. I think it's 8 or 9.
yeah, and it'll depend too on what meetings we get set up with our legislators.
I plan to go.
Katie, I'll have to get back to you because I know I'm now the co-chair of the Oregon Commission Forward, and we're also doing legislative days. But
Oh, wow.
I
Okay.
can't remember if it's the 8th or the 9th.
Okay.
Is that a different time?
Double
You
dip.
usually do it in the spring.
We haven't done one in September before, or that I know of. So yes, we're doing both. We're doing one in September and then one in March.
Okay. Yeah, put me down. I'm interested. I tend to enjoy the meeting with the legislators. Kind of go on my own agenda. I know less than I used to, but
This is an
I know quite a
opportunity for you
few.
to grow again.
pardon me?
Opportunity for you to grow again.
Yes.
Well, it's a good time as as they're looking at the study around universities and community colleges, and there's a lot of attention that we're getting this year that it'll be good for you to be down there talking to our legislators because they're very interested.
Good. Okay.
So, and obviously to advocate for funding.
You can send a calendar for that?
Yeah, I will.
That'd be great.
And then I think that's it.
Okay, if somebody can't go to that, I'll go.
Okay,
Right, it can be an alternative.
perfect. That'd be great.
So that's the end of our formal retreat agenda. We'll just kick it back to you, and if there's any final thoughts or anything before we break for the day, but I want to say thank you for spending the day and really getting into the work and really talking. I think, it's been, from my perspective, a really thoughtful discussion. I want to thank Mary for sure for really,
Yes.
leading
Yeah, thank you.
that discussion and just having you all here, so. but-
Well, I hope Alina's okay. Shame she couldn't be here for,
Yeah.
She would have loved it.
yes, and our newest member.
All right, any other closing thoughts then? All right. Rob's over there trying to figure out how to grow.
And I haven't said it publicly, but let me say thank you, Katie, for really pulling all this together and making sure we're fed and just
Yes,
taking such
thank
good care
you.
of us. So,
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
No, just thanks to everybody involved. Again, thank you, man, especially for the time. So something. Either, few and far between when we do our retreats, but they're always good, right? If nothing else comes out of this, we build team. That's what happens when we're in the room together, and we have an opportunity to talk about us and what we want, right? And so I always think it's really valuable that we take the time to do this first. So thank you for setting it up and making it happen. Right? It's always really good. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rob. We're growing.
He's
Thank you for
thinking about it. He's ready. He's still he's always
Acknowledging my growth.
Growing to it.
all right, look at that, reading number.
In that case, I'm gonna stop the recording. Thank you so much.
So.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, thank you.